Chapter 413 Turn around 10K. After leaving the hospital, Chen Mobai returned to the Taoist temple. Zhongli Tianyu has matured a lot. Last year, he stayed in the student council instead of going home and handled many matters well in place of Chen Mobai. He's a true genius. There's nothing he can't do well, only things he's willing to do. After browsing around the student council, Chen Mobai naturally went to greet Chi Yucheng. Besides expressing his respect for his teacher, he also wanted to find out how far things had progressed regarding the Purple Lightning Sword. The Mountain and Sea Academy has some capable people. They actually use the Purple Lightning Sword as a condition for recruiting new students, and advertise that all students who enroll this year will have the opportunity to obtain this fourth-tier sword. Speaking of this matter, Chi Yucheng was full of admiration. Because the Purple Lightning Sword was originally intended to be given away, the Mountain and Sea Academy made the most of this weapon. This year, in terms of freshman resources, the Mountain and Sea Academy ranked first among the 10 academies and was even far ahead. The remaining geniuses who were not selected for the 4 major academies basically listed the Mountain and Sea Academy as their first choice. A chi refining cultivator probably wouldn't be favored by the Purple Lightning Sword. After hearing this, Chen Mobai said this, but he was still a little nervous inside, fearing that a peerless sword genius might really emerge out of nowhere. Not necessarily. However, the principal and several other senior figures had a verbal agreement that even if the Purple Lightning Sword had chosen its master ahead of time, you few would be allowed to give it a final try. This means that Chen Mobai and the other core formation cultivators who are related to the ownership of the Purple Lightning Sword are guaranteed a spot in the final round. If after comparing options, the Purple Lightning Sword still chooses an outsider, then the rules of the immortal sects will be followed, and no one can say anything. Hearing this, Chen Mobai felt a little relieved. After all, his spiritual root talent has been improved over the years and is now at the genius level. His fire spiritual root value is only a single digit away from that of a heavenly spiritual root. Moreover, he also possesses the 3rd-tier perfected Yiwood Divine Thunder, which is indeed quite compatible with the 2 major attributes of the Purple Lightning Sword. After leaving Chi Yucheng's place, Chen Mobai returned to his own wooden house. He used the tortoise-shaped teleportation device to Zion Enshin, and returned the upgraded 5 transformations umbrella and leather armor to his 2 apprentices. "Thank you, Master." Zhu Ming and Luo Yixuan felt the powerful changes in the magical artifact, and both of them were overjoyed. Nothing major has happened in the sect recently, has it? Over there in Lei Kingdom, there have been occasional clashes with the cultivators at the top of Han Mountain. The sect leader has sent many Foundation establishment elders to assist Uncle Joe, which may trigger another war between the 2 sects. Luo Yixuan brought up a matter that had been the subject of much discussion recently. Meng Hong's failure to form his core last year was partly due to Jai Zhenqi's emergence and intimidation, and this debt was certainly remembered by the 2 patriarchs. Given the prevailing atmosphere in the eastern wilderness, it's likely another battle will break out. However, last time it was because he was caught off guard by Jai Zhenqi's unpreparedness. This time, if he were to set up his formation properly, it might not be so easy. The Divine Wood Sect has enemies everywhere in the eastern wilderness, with only Golden Light Cliff as a staunch ally. If we were to really fight against the summit of Hanshin again, we would probably have to consider not only Jai Zhenqi and Nan Shidao, but also the 5 Elements sect and the ghost cultivators of the Yellow Springs Road who were hiding in the shadows. Even Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace, which have maintained neutrality for a long time, would probably kick a dog while it's down if they found that Shenmu sect was showing signs of collapse. If a fight really had to be fought, Chen Mobai felt that the only option was to end it quickly. However, the sect's strategy was ultimately based on the wishes of the 2 patriarchs, so Chen Mobai could only prepare for another expedition. As the currently recognized #1 swordsman of the Divine Wood Sect, second only to the 2 patriarchs in combat strength, it is now common knowledge in the eastern wilderness that he can no longer stay in the sect. Once war breaks out, With the sect leader Chu Zuoshu unable to take action, he will definitely have to shoulder the heavy responsibility. He might even be able to take direct control of the entire battlefront. After all, in the eastern wilderness, seniority doesn't matter, only strength matters. With this in mind, Chen Mobai instructed Luo Yixuan to be ready to go on an expedition at any time. Of his 3 disciples, she was the most clever and the one he trusted the most. If one can hone their skills on both battlefields, it will be of great benefit to the final step of foundation establishment, the separation of divine consciousness from the body. Moreover, with someone looking after them, their safety can be guaranteed. Master, there is one more thing. There are signs of another wave of demonic beasts over the Yunmeng Great Swamp. Ancestor Fu has led many foundation establishment cultivators from the punishment hall to suppress them. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but recall his own experience in the Yunmeng Marsh. If it weren't for Gui Bao returning to the city, he probably would have died on Qingguang Island long ago. As the foremost spiritual land in the eastern wilderness, Yunmeng Marsh is not only a sacred place in the hearts of countless cultivators, but also the final resting place of many rogue cultivators. A mysterious ruin has appeared within the Snow Kingdom. It seems that demonic cultivators have been appearing in the Mist Kingdom, and many rogue cultivators have had their life essence drained, dying in gruesome ways. Also, the returning Heaven Valley needs to refine a batch of 4th-grade pills, but it is still missing 3 kinds of 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, and is currently collecting them from the entire eastern wilderness. Luo Yixuan recounted all the major events that had occurred in various parts of the eastern wilderness in recent days, and Chen Mobai greatly appreciated her meticulousness. However, what the Shenmu sect is probably most concerned about is the great battle at the top of Hanshin Mountain. Chen Mobai stayed at Xianshan for 2 days. During this time, he also took Luo Yixuan to Shenmu City to pay respects to the sect leader Chu Zuoshu and a number of other sects who had reached the foundation establishment stage, and presented them with some newly opened jars of spiritual wine. During their drinking session, Chu Zuoshu indeed hinted that he should be prepared, as if a war were to break out with the side at the top of Hanshin Mountain. Ancestor Fu preferred Chen Mobai as the leader of the sect. Many foundation establishment cultivators also came to visit Chen Mobai. For example, Yuesu, Yuan Che, Yan Jinai, and Mu Yuan. After deepening their friendship, Chen Mobai took Luo Yixuan back to Xianshan. Time flew by, and the day arrived when he consulted Tian Wenguang online. Since many patients have unspeakable difficulties, anonymity is also possible on the platform. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai chose to remain anonymous in order to avoid the embarrassment of being rejected later. Tian Wenguang, hello, I'm Dr. Tian from Beiju Hospital. On the online chat platform for medical consultations, Tian Wenguang first introduced himself after logging on. His profile picture was of himself, tall and thin, wearing a white doctor's coat. Chen Mobai, Dr. Tian, I would like to consult you about some issues related to Yuan Yang. The research on Yuan Yang was indeed classified under andrology by the immortal sect, so Chen Mobai's approach was not problematic. Tian Wenguang, please speak. Chen Mobai, it's like this. In order to master the critical point technique, I studied the ancient jade lock golden gate technique and unintentionally mastered it. But now I have a girlfriend, and recently she has been hinting that we can take it further. However, my primordial yang is locked, so does that mean I won't be able to enjoy that kind of pleasure? Tian Wenguang, hello sir, it's like this. You might not understand Yuan Yang very well. Yuan Yang is a primordial energy stored deep within your body. Normally, if you release it yourself, it won't be depleted. Only during sexual intercourse, when the position and posture are correct, will this Yuan Yang be drawn out by Yuan Yin. But if you've mastered the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, even if you ejaculate normally during that kind of activity, this Yuan Yang won't be drawn out. You can just enjoy it normally. To give a simple example, think of it as having a tubal ligation. Enjoy it, enter a state of sagehood, but there's one drawback: you won't have offspring. Chen Mobai, oh really? But my parents are pressuring me a lot. They've said several times that they want to have grandchildren. What should I do? Tian Wenguang. If you really want descendants, then you'll have to break your own cultivation technique, or reach a higher level in the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique so you can freely control its opening and closing. Chen Mobai. Doctor. Tian, it's like this. I cultivate the pure yang scripture, and preserving my primordial yang is more beneficial for the cultivation of the technique. So, is it possible to have offspring without losing my primordial yang? Tian Wenguang. Sir, it seems I need to give you a lesson on the origins of life. Tian Wenguang. When a person is in the womb, their body is filled with innate energy. But after entering the mortal world, only innate primordial yang and primordial yin remain. These two innate energies are also key to the development of life. Isolated yin cannot produce life, and isolated yang cannot grow. Therefore, primordial yang and primordial yin are only drawn out and merged when they meet, ultimately giving birth to a new life within the womb. Tian Wenguang. So if you want descendants, you must give up your primordial yang. After listening to Tian Wenguang's explanation, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that doing it himself on a regular basis would not consume his vital energy. Only during the process of sexual intercourse between a man and a woman can the primordial yang and primordial yin attract each other and give birth to life. However, he would definitely not sacrifice his own vital essence for Meng Huinger, and he would also use Meng Huinger's vital essence to help his divine sense break through to the core formation level when she reached the completion of her foundation establishment. So after thinking it over, Chen Mobai came up with another explanation. Chen Mobai. Doctor. Tian, although my parents want grandchildren, my girlfriend and I feel we're still young and want to focus on our cultivation. I've already successfully established my foundation and mastered the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, which allows me to lock my primordial yang during intercourse. However, my girlfriend is only a qi refining cultivator. I'm worried that during intercourse, her primordial yin might be prematurely drawn out. Will this prevent us from conceiving in 10 or 20 years when we want children? Chen Mobai began to guide him step by step, and Tian Wenguang, as expected of a professional urologist, gave a definite answer based on his own area of expertise. Tian Wenguang. I can only say that this is possible. Generally speaking, after a female cultivator's primordial yin is drawn out, if it cannot merge with primordial yang, it will retreat back into the amniotic sac. However, during this repeated process, the primordial yin will be gradually depleted. Therefore, if you plan to have children, you should consider this point. In the pre-ancient Taoist tradition, many heretical practitioners used this principle to absorb yin to supplement yang, or to absorb yang to supplement yin. Chen Mobai. Doctor. Tian, there's something else I'm hesitant to talk about. My method of cultivating the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique is rather unique. I suddenly grasped the principle of locking while holding the handle and pinching it. I'm wondering if my girlfriend could also grasp it using this method, so we could both lock ourselves up and fully enjoy that kind of thing without worrying about the issues mentioned above. Tian Wenguang. Upon seeing Chen Mobai's words, Tian Wenguang seemed to lose his composure and immediately typed a string of speechless dots. Tian Wenguang. Sir, I considered myself to have a good understanding of the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, and I believe that no one in the immortal sects had a deeper understanding of this technique than me. But after meeting you, I realized that there are always people more skilled than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. Tian Wenguang finally couldn't help but reveal some of his true feelings. Chen Mobai smiled slightly when he saw his reply, finally shifting the topic of the consultation to what he wanted to know. Chen Mobai. Dr. Tian, do you think my idea is feasible? Tian Wenguang. Theoretically feasible, but since the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique is more focused on male cultivation, even using your method would probably be difficult. I suggest that practice is more likely to lead to true understanding. Chen Mobai. Doctor. Tian, didn't you say earlier that in practice, even if I could lock in my primordial yang, my girlfriend's primordial yin might still be depleted over a long period of time? Wouldn't that be a losing proposition? Tian Wenguang. Sir, it's clear you're quite self-disciplined. Since you've booked my number, it seems we have a connection. Let me offer you a word of advice. The interaction and fusion of primordial yang and primordial yin requires the right position. After the consultation, Chen Mobai was filled with admiration for Tian Wenguang. As expected, everyone has their own expertise. With his guidance, Chen Mobai finally had a complete understanding of how Meng Huinger should cultivate the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique. But I was a little embarrassed to speak up. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, Meng Huinger sent him a message. She was discharged from the hospital today and has returned to her villa on the mountaintop. To express her gratitude to Chen Mobai, she wants to invite him up for a meal. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai decided to tell Meng Huinger the whole story. As for whether or not to use this method to cultivate the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, that was up to her. He took a jar of newly brewed spirit wine from Xiuming and leisurely flew up the mountain. It flew in from the balcony again. Meng Huinger seemed to be preparing in the kitchen. Hearing the noise, she came out wearing a blue and white apron. Since she was at home, she was wearing sandals, revealing her fair and smooth toes. She saw Chen Mobai smile gently and placed the delicate side dishes she was holding onto the dining table in the living room. "You've arrived." "Yes, this is a local liquor from my hometown, to celebrate your discharge from the hospital." Meng Huinger bent her slender waist, nodded to Chen Mobai to thank him, and then took the spirit wine and placed it on the glass table on the balcony. "My cooking skills are just so-so, I hope you don't mind." Before long, the two sat down. Meng Huinger had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. After tasting them, Chen Mobai felt that they were no less delicious than those prepared by professional chefs. "It was delicious, thank you for the treat." After finishing their meal, Chen Mobai put down his chopsticks and bowl. Meng Huinger nodded shyly and then used her cleaning spell to tidy up the table. The two went up to the balcony and sat down. Meng Huinger took out 2 glass wine cups and opened the small jar of spirit wine that Chen Mobai had brought. The wine was clear with a slight bluish tint. This was brewed by Zhuo Ming using discarded Qingyu spirit rice. Although it is not second tier, it can be said to be top tier first tier. Because it originates from the eastern wilderness, it is rich in spiritual energy, resulting in a more complex flavor, although it is slightly strong. Meng Huinger took a sip, and 2 blushes rose on her fair cheeks. Her eyes began to glaze over slightly, and her slightly drunken eyes shimmered with a captivating charm. Good wine. Although Meng Huinger didn't understand wine, she could taste the spiritual energy it contained. For her, a qi refining cultivator, this was the best wine. "I consulted my friend from the Imperial Medical Academy about the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique." After taking a sip, Chen Mobai felt that the current atmosphere was perfect for discussing this matter. He carefully considered his words and, under Meng Huinger's expectant gaze, recounted his conversation with Tian Wenguang to her. Meng Huinger was, after all, still a pure young girl. Halfway through the conversation, her cheeks flushed red and her eyes were filled with shyness. But her eyes remained fixed on Chen Mobai, as if afraid of missing a single word. Practice makes perfect. Try to force yourself to hold back when your body is at its most intense. In this process, you will personally experience the feeling of locking yourself in. If one day you can control it freely, then you will have almost mastered the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Meng Huinger blushed and felt hot. Even though she had already signed a contract with him to dedicate herself to him after reaching the foundation establishment stage, she still felt ashamed when it came to such matters. How could I possibly stand it? She couldn't help but lower her head and say something. Tian Lion could see that, although she had occasionally seen some related content, she was essentially a diligent student who was trying to cultivate. If it really happened like that, she felt that she would definitely be in a complete mess. "It's all right. No one could resist the first few times, but I can lock up your primordial yang. As long as you don't release your primordial yin, then for both of us, this process is just normal enjoyment." Chen Mobai solemnly relayed the knowledge he had just learned from Tian Wenguang. "How can I avoid losing my primordial yin energy during that process?" Meng Huinger lowered her head, not daring to look Chen Mobai in the eye, and asked in a low voice. The interaction between primordial yin and primordial yang will definitely occur at the place of the amniotic sac. As long as you avoid intercourse there, even if you can't hold back for a moment, you will not lose your primordial yin. Chen Mobai earnestly recounted the last piece of advice Tian Wenguang had given him. Upon hearing this, Meng Huinger looked up, somewhat confused. Her fair skin contrasted with her rosy cheeks, and the wine she had consumed gave her an intoxicating charm. What's the meaning? Meng Huinger didn't quite understand Chen Mobai's last sentence. The latter coughed lightly and then glanced at her reclining on the sofa, her pert and round buttocks. She was confused at first, but after a while she suddenly understood, and her whole face turned bright red. When Chen Mobai took his leave, the blush on Meng Huinger's cheeks had not yet faded. Because this method is so impactful, she finds it hard to accept at first and needs to think about it further. Chen Mobai expressed his understanding of this, so he very politely took his leave, letting Meng Huinger calm down and think things over. However, Chen Mobai quickly put the matter out of his mind, because his cultivation level is about to break through. At the beginning of last year, Yuan Hongyuan and others ambushed and killed Chen Mobai, which allowed him to obtain a lot of immortal peach fruits. After consuming them, he broke through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Since Chen Mobai's Danshan and Qi Si had been opened up to the level of foundation establishment perfection by the longevity tree fruit, there was no bottleneck to speak of before he could form his core. Last year, he also diligently practiced while taking qi-replenishing spiritual water, and this year he finally accumulated enough liquid pure yang spiritual power and was once again on the verge of a breakthrough. Chen Mobai booked a room in Building 9, borrowed Yunyang Bing's spirit gathering array, and with the help of plenty of spirit stones, he easily entered the 6th level of the Pure Yang Scroll Foundation establishment after meditating for 3 days and 3 nights. According to his original estimate, he would be able to break through to the 7th level of foundation establishment by the time he graduated, 1 level at a time. Because the required liquid spiritual energy increases by 1.5 times from the 6th to the 7th level of foundation establishment, even with sufficient qi-replenishing spiritual water, it still takes a year and a half. But now, thanks to the fairy peach fruit, it is definitely possible to do so. Graduating at the 7th level of foundation establishment is barely worthy of his status as the top student of the Dance Weapon Academy and the #1 university student of this era in the immortal sect. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai then wondered how long it would take for Meng Huinger to complete her foundation establishment. If he were to use the core formation artifacts from the immortal sect, he would have to wait at least another 60 years. With that much time, Meng Huinger would definitely be able to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, Chen Mobai felt that given the situation in the eastern wilderness, they probably wouldn't be able to wait that long for him. With ample qi-replenishing spiritual water and his own help, it should take Meng Huinger about 20 to 30 years to complete her foundation establishment. However, considering that she is a Xuan Yin Dao seed that may produce a divine melody, once she successfully establishes her foundation, the immortal sect will support her. Even after graduation, she will likely have access to things like breakthrough pills, so she should be able to complete her foundation establishment within 20 years. If all else fails, we can try to get another set of longevity tree fruit, but I don't know if the mystic sound technique is compatible with this kind of spiritual object. Chen Mobai had actually been planning to make another set, because he was considering that his first attempt at forming the golden core might not be successful, and he would need a second one. However, when he forms his core, the pure yang spiritual power will devour all the longevity spiritual power. So if he wants to form his core again, he will need to start cultivating the 2 phases technique and the longevity scripture again. There is a simple way to regain the spiritual power of longevity after completing the foundation establishment stage, by consuming a new set of longevity tree fruits. In that case, I need to start thinking about forming a core spiritual object in advance. Since the immortal sect cannot be exposed, The only option is to collect medicinal herbs in the eastern wilderness, and then find someone to refine them. But who should I contact? The Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill is a fourth-tier elixir, requiring at least a core formation true person to use it. While pondering, Chen Mobai put away the dried-up spirit stones beside him, as well as Yun Yangbing's spirit-gathering array. After leaving the pass, he made it a habit to meet with the people in the nascent soul class at the Taoist Academy. However, fewer and fewer people are coming. Ming Yihua was taken away by the head of the weapon crafting department again, supposedly to repair a large magical artifact belonging to the immortal sect's military. Wang Xingyu and Gong Ranran haven't returned yet. They said they're meeting each other's parents, and both sets of elders are very satisfied. They're already discussing getting married and becoming a couple after graduation. Chen Mobai found this somewhat difficult to understand. How can one establish a family when the great path is not yet complete? He will only consider marriage after he has formed his core, or when his cultivation has reached its limit. But upon closer reflection, they are already in 9th grade this year. After graduation, they will have to endure 60 or even 100 years of hardship waiting for the formation of a spiritual core. In such a long period of time, it is indeed a bit lonely and desolate to be alone. Finding a partner seems like a very good idea. Most of the students in the nascent soul class have successfully established their foundations, leaving only Jiang Zhenliang, Lu Jiaxin, Leng Weiyan, and Yan Teiwu. However, they have all grasped the critical method and are certain to successfully establish their foundation before graduation. Even so, the four who had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage felt a great sense of urgency. During this gathering, they said that they would go into seclusion to cultivate diligently and would not leave until they had reached the foundation establishment stage. After finishing the spirit wine brought by Chen Mobai, the group began to leave in 2s and 3s. Look! With Ming Yihua absent, Chen Mobai could only continue his conversation with Yun Yangbing. The latter, whose face was usually indifferent, seemed a little happy today. She showed Chen Mobai her right ring finger, the nail of which had turned light blue. You've used a cultivation array to enter your body again. Chen Mobai knew Yun Yangbing, his friend, very well, and understood everything upon seeing this scene. Not bad, I've crafted a speed array. This will make my movements much faster when surveying spiritual veins. The speed array is a formation used by immortal sects to reduce one's own weight and increase one's nerve reaction speed. However, because it is very difficult to control, very few people know how to cultivate it. Yun Bing's ability to integrate the refining array into his body demonstrates that he has already reached a high level of proficiency. Congratulations! Chen Mobai was naturally happy that his friend had made progress. The two drank all night and didn't go home until dawn. Among the ancient Taoist traditions, there is a lineage called Shadowless Valley. The successor of this lineage will cultivate their shadow into an external avatar, a king hidden in the darkness. However, after the immortal sects came to power, Wying Valley dared not reverse the overwhelming trend and disappeared into the mortal world. This lineage, relying on the mystical power of shadows, easily pried into privacy and opened detective agencies, specializing in investigating each other's extramarital affairs. There happens to be an agency run by a descendant of Wying Valley in Chicheng Cave Heaven. The director is named Lai Songqiang, a graduate of Liuguang Academy and a foundation establishment cultivator. Last year, he received a commission from Li Yuejiao of Biu Cliff, asking her to investigate which person the big star Meng Huinger had the most contact with during a certain period of time. Lai Songqiang was originally reluctant to provoke the people from the Dance Weapon Academy, but Li Yuejiao gave him a lot. Just as he was hesitating, he saw the news in the newspaper that Meng Huinger had failed to establish her foundation. As a top star in the immortal sect, this news spread quickly. Celebrities, along with a large number of fans, naturally also have a considerable number of haters. After Meng Huinger failed to establish her foundation, these haters rose up and started making sarcastic remarks online. Some of them were even students from the Dance Weapon Academy. They have always held prejudices against Meng Huinger and others who entered through connections. When Chen Mobai first enrolled in school, he was mocked by Ma Xiaming at the train station because of this incident, which led to his acquaintance with Meng Huinger and the events that followed. During that time, Meng Huinger, who was hospitalized, was under tremendous pressure. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware of this, as he had returned to Dangxia City to handle his business. Therefore, Lai Songqiang felt that investigating a big star who was so powerful that he could hardly rebuild his career was not a problem. After a full month of investigation, through his own channels and by spending a long time staking out the hospital, he finally found the key person. "Are you sure it's him?" Through a video call, Li Yujiao saw the photo in Lai Songqiang's hand. It was Chen Mobai visiting Meng Huinger in the hospital. No doubt about it. Among the people who frequently come to see the big star, only when he is in front of him does the big star show a somewhat ingratiating expression. Moreover, their residences were close together, and I saw his shadow in the mountains fly up and enter the balcony. You probably want to investigate who the big star used the Kishin technique on, right? Only the chief of this Dance Weapon Academy is the most suitable target. They are all from ancient traditions, and it's clear how skilled they are. When Lai Songqiang saw Li Yuejiao's request, he knew what she wanted to investigate. After analyzing it from Meng Huinger's perspective, he confirmed that it was Chen Mobai. After all, in the entire Dance Weapon Academy, and even among all the Foundation establishment cultivators in the immortal sect, this guy is clearly a person of great fortune. If the Kishin technique can be bound to Chen Mobai, the chances of reaching Foundation establishment will definitely increase significantly. If it really is him, then why did Meng Huinger fail to establish her foundation? Li Yuejiao asked the most crucial question, and Lai Songqiang shrugged, indicating that he could not explain. Our lineage doesn't care about luck or destiny. Why are you asking me? This rhetorical question left Li Yuejiao speechless. Indeed, even among the ancient Taoist traditions, most people did not believe in fate. Actually, when I chose Meng Huinger, I was already consciously guiding her to find Chen Mobai, a person with great fortune. But according to the feedback from the Kishin technique, Meng Huinger is bound to a Foundation establishment cultivator with ordinary fortune. Where exactly did things go wrong? Li Yuejiao muttered to herself. The code returned by the Kishin technique talisman couldn't be wrong, and Chen Mobai was definitely a person of great fortune. There must be some problem in this that she didn't understand. For example, Meng Huinger did not choose Chen Mobai. To confirm this matter, Li Yuejiao specifically sought out Lai Songqiang to investigate, but the results he gave her were exactly the same as the plan she had previously designed. The stronger the luck of the target bound to the Kishin technique, the better the effect. If Meng Huinger wants to achieve the best Foundation establishment probability, she will definitely go all out to find Chen Mobai. Given her qualifications, if she wanted to impress the chief disciple of the Dance Weapon Academy, she would definitely need to give up her most precious possession. Li Yuejiao didn't care about Meng Huinger's life or death, or even whether she succeeded or not. It was irrelevant to her. However, this is related to her plan to scheme against Chen Mobai. If Meng Huinger successfully establishes her foundation, then the temptation of breaking through to the core formation level through intercourse with her will definitely lure Chen Mobai into a trap. As for cultivators of the pure Yang scroll, once they lose their Yuan Yang, they will definitely never reach the terrifying realm of the Yuan Yang ancestor again. Li Yuejiao was extremely proud of herself for easily breaking Chen Mobai's Yuan Yang, the #1 Foundation establishment cultivator in the immortal sect, by using Meng Huinger as a pawn. However, this perfect plan encountered all sorts of unexpected problems when it was put into practice. First of all, Meng Huinger failed to establish her foundation, and the reason for the failure was that she was bound to a cultivator with very ordinary luck. However, Lai Songqiang's investigation revealed that Meng Huinger's Kishin technique was intended for Chen Mobai. This left Li Yuejiao somewhat puzzled. "This is your payment," Remember to keep this a secret. If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. After all, Li Yuejio has already done her best. At least she has already connected Meng Huenger and Chen Mobai. If the two of them do develop feelings for each other and manage to destroy the vital essence of this top foundation establishment cultivator, they could likely gain considerable resources by claiming credit with the Ascension sect. Thank you for your patronage. Please feel free to contact me next time you need anything. When Lai Songqiang saw the large sum of money deposited into his account, he was overjoyed and stood up to bow to Li Yuejio. If you have time, keep an eye on these two. I'll pay you a new reward if... Before hanging up the video call, Li Yuejio wanted to reveal her entire plan, but after thinking about it, she realized that it was a scheme to target the chief of one of the 4 major academies of the immortal sect. The matter was too big, and it was safer for only she to know, so she didn't say the second half of her sentence. What exactly is this woman plotting? After the connection was lost, Lai Songqiang looked at Chen Mobai's photo on the table and couldn't help but frown. If he had known that this matter might involve the chief of the Dance Weapon Academy, he would never have investigated it. But by the time he got to Chen Mobai, he had already put in a lot of effort and it was too late to stop. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened, and they still managed to earn this generous reward. However, Lai Songqiang was certain he wouldn't keep an eye on Meng Huenger and Chen Mobai, even though Li Yuejio had asked him to. For the descendants of the ancient Taoist lineage who want to make a living in the immortal sect, one of the key points is not to provoke powerful figures. Chen Mobai is hailed as having the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. Although he is currently only a foundation establishment cultivator, he will at least become a core formation cultivator in the future. To Lai Songqiang, he is definitely a big shot. Therefore, he didn't plan to earn that next payment. Chen Mobai was completely unaware of these schemes of the ancient Taoist lineage. He was registering for the Level 3 Talisman Maker exam at that time. A few days ago, he formally submitted his application to the Academic Affairs Office of the Taoist Academy, saying that he wanted to focus on graduation and cultivation, and had no spare energy to take care of student council affairs. In order to avoid problems with the teaching order of the Taoist Academy, he requested to step down and recommended Zhongli Tianyu to take over his position as chief. The director of the Academic Affairs Office was Qi Yucheng. After receiving the application, he gave his instructions and reply. It is said that Zhongli Tianyu has only been a member of the student council for a year and lacks experience, so he can temporarily serve as the student council president this year. However, Chen Mobai will remain the chief spokesperson for the Dance Weapon Academy, and the position will be handed over to Zhongli Tianyu next year. Generally speaking, the student council president of the academy is the chief, but Qi Yucheng cleverly separated the two this time. Although Chen Mobai didn't understand what was going on, he knew that the teacher must have meant well for him, so he didn't appeal any further. After all, the title of chief is just a nominal one. The student council president is burdened with all sorts of tedious chores. After Zhongli Tianyu took over, Chen Mobai immediately felt much more relaxed. Aside from cultivating, he spent his days tending to the newly planted spirit rice at Zion Mountain, and even became somewhat idle. Chen Mobai felt that this leisurely life was not suitable for him, so he decided to find something to do. So he chose to apply for the 3rd-tier Talisman Maker exam. When he passed the 2nd-tier Talisman Maker exam, he had already joined the Talisman Maker Association on the recommendation of Zheng Xingfu and the other 2 proctors. This association possesses the largest talisman database in the immortal sects, and its president is Yu Yishengren, a 5th-level talisman maker. All the essence of the immortal sect's talisman arts is here. To put some pressure on himself, after registering for the exam, Chen Mobai buried himself in the website forum of the Talisman Maker Association with 10 questions for the 3rd-level talisman exam. While studying diligently, he also asked the teachers of the academy for help when he encountered something he didn't understand. After all, the Talisman Department is one of the major departments of the Dance Weapon Academy, and as the top student in Talisman, he still receives some preferential treatment compared to ordinary students. Not bad, not bad. If you had this kind of dedication to learning from the beginning, you might have already passed the third-tier talisman maker assessment. After Su Xiu finished explaining to Chen Mobai, she looked very satisfied. He was the one who failed Chen Mobai's course back then. Although he was only a foundation establishment cultivator, he had already passed the assessment for a third-level talisman maker and was the teacher in the academy who attached the most importance to the basic education of talismans. He saw that Chen Mobai suddenly began to study the art of talisman making diligently when he was in the 9th grade, and he felt a sense of great comfort. Study hard and feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. If I can't answer it either, I'll take you to see Director Linghu. He cares a lot about your genius. The head of the talisman department is named Linghu Yanhui, a core formation true person, a 4th-level talisman maker, and also one of the vice presidents of the Talisman Maker Association. Chen Mobai had no idea that this person had actually paid attention to him. Even if he knew, he certainly wouldn't go hanging around in front of this person. After all, his actual talisman-making skills were only average. Facing such a true talisman master, he would probably slip up after a few questions and answers, revealing that he was not a genius. After leaving Su Xiu's office, Chen Mobai was about to go visit Qi Yucheng. Suddenly, I received a call from Meng Huinger. "Are you free tonight?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai muttered to himself. After telling Meng Huinger about the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique last time, the two of them often exchanged text messages, but they tacitly avoided mentioning it again. Did she suddenly call today because she's had a change of heart, or was it just a casual conversation about feelings? Yes, it's possible. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai said something ambiguous. "Then come over tonight, just come in, I'll be waiting for you in the bedroom." When Meng Huinger said those words, Chen Mobai could even hear her rapid breathing between her sentences, and there seemed to be a slight panting in her voice, as if she had used up all her strength to say those words. Wait. Hearing this, Chen Mobai already had a good idea of what was going on. But for some reason, he felt completely calm, without any of the expected excitement or exhilaration. It was like water flowing into a channel. It seems that he had foreseen this day from the very beginning, after saying those words to Meng Huinger. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Mobai went to Qi Yucheng's office for a cup of tea. Evening. After returning to his own cabin, Chen Mobai suddenly felt somewhat interested. He washed up and flew to the top of the mountain. After landing on the balcony, she found that the living room and bedroom were completely dark, as if Meng Huinger was using this to express her shyness. Chen Mobai slowly stepped into the living room and then walked towards the closed bedroom. The door was unlocked, of course, and he opened it with a gentle twist. Upon entering the boudoir, it remained pitch black, but with his keen insight, he easily discerned the graceful curves and alluring figure hidden beneath the pink bedding. Chen Mobai walked to the bedside, and Meng Huinger covered herself with the quilt with both hands. He involuntarily grasped her snow-white hand, and amidst her nervous trembling, slowly lifted the blanket, revealing Meng Huinger's blushing face. As their eyes met, she blushed and her gaze was like water. "You be gentle." In the end, she could only stammer out those words. At this moment, Chen Mobai finally felt the emotions within him, the curiosity about things he had never tried before. He lifted the blanket, his gaze sweeping from top to bottom, finally settling on those shapely, long, snow-white legs. Then his eyes reddened slightly, and he gently patted the sensitive area, saying something. "Turn around." End of this chapter. Chapter 414, A Line of Poetry 8K. Chapter 414, A Line of Poetry 8K. In the morning, Chen Mobai walked out of the bedroom wearing only a coat. He stood on the balcony, facing the rising sun and breathing in the mountain breeze, and couldn't help but squint his eyes as he reminisced about the guidance he received in his spiritual practice the night before. Unfortunately, Meng Huinger's willpower was not strong enough. After only a short while, she waved her hands repeatedly, declaring her first attempt to cultivate the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique a failure. However, Chen Mobai was still somewhat patient with her. After she had rested, he continued to tirelessly guide her through the second round of cultivation. This time, because he lowered his requirements and Meng Huinger had the experience from the first time, she persisted for a little longer. But it only lasted for a short while. When Chen Mobai increased the intensity a little, Meng Huinger felt that her body could not take it, and she failed again amidst sobbing. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai originally wanted to slow down and let Meng Huinger adjust. Unexpectedly, in this unprecedented experience, Meng Huinger actually entered a supreme realm of the mysterious sound technique and unconsciously sang out her most ardent heart-sounding mystical sounds. Without warning, Chen Mobai's body acupoints resonated with the profound sound technique, and the last bottleneck in his purple mansion sea of consciousness was suddenly broken through. Not only the 6th to 7th level of foundation establishment, but even the subsequent minor bottlenecks, the 7th to 8th level, were all being opened up and expanded with the help of Meng Huinger's profound sound technique. Given the rare opportunity, Chen Mobai had no choice but to put aside the matter of guiding cultivation and instead meditate on the divine control technique to open up his purple mansion sea of consciousness. After several rounds of cultivation, Chen Mobai felt that his purple mansion sea of consciousness had been opened up to the vastness of the 8th level of foundation establishment, not far from the 9th level of foundation establishment. However, at this time, Meng Huinger had exhausted her strength in the arduous cultivation and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Mobai felt sorry for her for putting in so much effort to cultivate the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, so he stayed by her bedside all night after she woke up. He didn't come out until dawn. Sitting on the balcony, enjoying the mountain breeze, Chen Mobai looked up information about the mysterious sound technique on his phone while experiencing the opening of his purple mansion sea of consciousness. He was even more motivated to guide Meng Huinger in cultivating the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique. Even if Meng Huinger didn't succeed in mastering it this year, he could at least use the mysterious sound technique to open up his purple mansion sea of consciousness to the foundation establishment perfection level. After all, spiritual awareness is easy to improve, but bottlenecks are difficult to break through. There are countless elixirs and miraculous medicines in the immortal sects that can enhance spiritual power and divine sense, but only a few, such as the breakthrough pill, can help break through bottlenecks, and they are all very expensive. For Chen Mobai, the unexpected joy of gaining such insights from guiding Meng Huinger's cultivation was truly delightful. However, after last night, he was even more looking forward to the two of them truly getting together after Meng Huinger achieved the completion of her foundation establishment. Last night's incorrect cultivation method had such an effect. If it were correct, it would be incredible. It might really help him develop his purple mansion sea of consciousness to the core formation level. Just as Chen Mobai was considering how to use the resources of the eastern wilderness to refine a batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, the sound of the bedroom door opening caught his attention. He turned around and saw Meng Huinger, whose face was rosy and whose charm was even more captivating, but who was slightly frowning and seemed a little unnatural in her movements. When she saw him, she seemed to remember something. Her fair cheeks flushed red again, and she lowered her head. "You must have worked hard cultivating last night. Lie down and rest for a while." Chen Mobai walked over and naturally pulled her to sit on the sofa in the living room. Meng Huinger was only wearing a light, thin, white silk nightgown. After sitting down, it clung tightly to her curvaceous figure, outlining her slender waist and pert buttocks. Coupled with the radiant glow between her brows, she seemed to have an even more alluring sexiness than the night before. The two sat down side by side. Meng Huinger blushed and lowered her head to apologize. "I'm sorry, I was really useless last night. I couldn't even complete a single training session." "It's all right. If it were that easy to master, wouldn't everyone in the immortal sects be able to reach the foundation establishment stage? I'll come back and guide you in your cultivation once you've recovered." Chen Mobai's comforting words put Meng Huinger at ease. as she was afraid that the man would lose interest after he got what he wanted. "Thanks." Hearing the sweet whispers in his ear, Chen Mobai felt as if he had returned to last night. The famous star next to me performed a beautiful and melodious tune with mysterious and magical techniques, yet it was also heartbreaking. To be honest, Chen Mobai felt that the cultivation process was quite torturous for Meng Huinger. After all, he had already mastered the skill and only needed guidance, but Meng Huinger had to endure the feeling of her consciousness and body collapsing, which was truly agonizing. But for the sake of spiritual practice, there was no other way. It's because she couldn't master the jade, lock golden gate technique on her own. "What do you want to eat? I'll take care of you today." Although Chen Mobai really wanted to go back to meditate and consolidate his newly opened Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness, he still had basic emotional intelligence. Given how hard Meng Huinger was working in cultivating the jade lock golden gate technique, it was better to stay and take care of her for a couple more days. "Anything is fine. Can you cook, or should I cook?" Meng Huinger thought for a moment and felt that Chen Mobai was a guest, and she had invited him to help guide her cultivation. It wouldn't be appropriate to let him do it, so she struggled to stand up, her beautiful face flushed, and took the lead in heading towards the kitchen. Chen Mobai is a decent cook. When he was a child, if his parents worked overtime, he would often cook some food himself. However, compared to Meng Huinger, she is definitely inferior. Watching her walk into the kitchen with her pair of fair and slender legs, Chen Mobai felt that she must have worked very hard cultivating last night, and it would be better for him to go in and help her. After a long while, a simple breakfast was finally prepared. The two no longer sat facing each other as before, but sat side by side, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. After eating for an unknown amount of time, and after cleaning the table, Chen Mobai and Meng Huinger looked at each other. Aside from cultivation, the two had little in common to talk about, and for a moment they felt somewhat awkward. "How about I give you some more pointers?" Chen Mobai tentatively said something, and Meng Huinger blushed again and lowered her head. But after a long while, she still murmured a single word. Yes." 1 month later, Chen Mobai finally left Meng Huinger's mountaintop villa. Under his tireless guidance, Meng Huinger was finally able to occasionally hold back. However, this was only because Chen Mobai hadn't gone all out during the training and had held back. If he had gone all out, she still wouldn't have been able to hold back. But after several experiences of being locked in during intense moments, Meng Huinger, who had been clueless about the critical point method, suddenly had a flash of inspiration last night. Such inspiration is extremely rare for cultivators, and may even evolve into sudden enlightenment. Upon learning this, Chen Mobai immediately took his leave, telling her to go into seclusion and make the most of this spiritual insight, and not to miss this opportunity. Meng Huinger thought he was thinking of her wholeheartedly, and was even a little touched. In reality, it was because Chen Mobai's Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness had already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment with the help of Meng Huinger's heart sound, and further progress would not be very effective. However, this month of cultivation also made Chen Mobai realize that, although the mind sound is very useful for cultivators, its effect will gradually decrease. When he first guided Meng Huinger in cultivation, he directly opened up to the 8th level of foundation establishment. However, it took him nearly a month to make another breakthrough and open up to the 9th level of foundation establishment. "I just left the land of pleasure." Halfway there, Chen Mobai suddenly felt nostalgic again. Although guiding Meng Huinger's cultivation could no longer help him open up his Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness, her excellent crying voice could still enhance his divine sense to some extent. However, he was a man of firm resolve, and did not go back to disturb Meng Huinger's cultivation. To avoid being reminded of past events and experiencing emotional turmoil, Chen Mobai simply teleported directly to Xian'anchen to recuperate. This whole month of guidance was also very arduous for this innocent young man. Just then, Zhuo Ming had already completed the reclamation of all the terraced fields under his name. Chen Mobai then went out of the pass to inspect his territory. Looking at the golden rapeseed covering the mountains and fields, like waves of golden clouds, Chen Mobai couldn't help but praise his second disciple beside him. There shouldn't be any problem with those mortals taking care of the spirit fields and spirit rice, right? With 520 acres of spirit fields, Chen Mobai and his two disciples certainly couldn't manage everything. They could only teach ordinary people how to operate agricultural puppets to complete the process of loosening the soil, sowing seeds, and tending the fields. They are all from respectable families, and they regard our words as divine pronouncements. They care about the spiritual fields assigned to them even more than their own lives. Luo Yixuan immediately replied that the management of mortals had been handed over to her at the beginning of the year, and after several inspections, she was very satisfied with the mortal tribes sent by the founding immortal families. That's good. Take good care of them in your daily lives. If any of their descendants develop spiritual roots, you can promise them the methods of cultivating immortality. If they have a clean background, they can also join the sect. Chen Mobai's thinking is quite different from that of the cultivators in the eastern wilderness. He believes that mortals and cultivators are essentially no different, and that they cannot simply be driven but need to be given some spiritual and material motivation. Yes, master. Although Luo Yixuan didn't quite understand, Chen Mobai's words were like heaven to her, so she simply agreed. After completing his inspection, Chen Mobai went to ripen 2 more jade bamboo spirit rice stalks for Zhuo Ming. She had been cultivating the 9-ren body for 2 years, and with the continuous supply of spirit rice, she had finally shown signs of making progress recently. It can only be said that this famous body-forging method in the eastern wilderness is indeed quite difficult to cultivate. Before entering the sect, one needs to strengthen their physique and blood energy. After entering the sect, one also needs to consume various highly nourishing medicines and the flesh and blood of spirit beasts. If Zhuo Ming hadn't received the second-tier jade bamboo spirit rice from Chen Mobai, she probably still wouldn't have been able to reach the threshold. After happily accepting the jade bamboo spirit rice, the 2 apprentices skillfully began fetching spring water from the mountain and cooking the spirit rice. Chen Mobai treated it as a relaxing outing, lying on a large rock and watching his 2 apprentices busy at work. After Zhuo Ming presented the split jade bamboo spirit rice and Luo Yixuan handed over the boiled spring water, he suddenly became interested and began to ask about their cultivation progress. Master, when I was meditating today, I kept seeing the phantom images of Xianshan and the nearby Tingshan and Myoshan mountains in my mind. Is it because my cultivation progress is too fast and I am going astray? Zhuo Ming hesitated for a moment before explaining the confusion she had been experiencing during her recent cultivation. Oh, give me your hand. Chen Mobai was somewhat confused by this situation. After all, he had never cultivated the Earth Mother technique. However, he still trusted Zhuo Ming completely. Because of his teachings, after his second disciple switched to cultivating the Earth Mother technique, he did not take any pills to improve his cultivation except for spiritual wine. His foundation was the most solid among the 3 disciples. After his divine sense entered the body and circled around, Chen Mobai did not find any problems. The spiritual energy in Zhuo Ming's danshan was rich and pure, and according to his guidance, it had roughly condensed into the prototype of a vortex. Moreover, because she consumes spirit rice at every meal, her qi and blood are far more robust and powerful compared to other cultivators in the divine wood sect. Judging from her spiritual energy fluctuations, she should be able to break through to the 9th level of qi refining in about 2 or 3 years. Try to recall the images that appeared in your mind when you were meditating. Zhuo Ming nodded, took out paper and pen for drawing talismans from his storage bag, and drew the illusory mountain images that kept appearing in his purple mansion sea of consciousness when he was cultivating the Earth Mother technique. After reading it, Chen Mobai pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening and a faint smile appeared on his face. Minger, you have put knowledge into practice. In the process of cultivating the spiritual fields, you have aligned yourself with the essence of the Earth Mother technique. These scenes are not actually mountains, but rather the 520 acres of spiritual fields under my name that you have personally cultivated. It's just that these terraced fields are more conspicuous than the plains, so you have mistaken them for mountains. Although he had never practiced the Earth Mother technique, Chen Mobai was present when he was choosing this technique. Hu Jinshan of the library once said that if one had vast fertile fields and medicinal gardens to apply what one learned, the cultivation progress of the Earth Mother technique would be the fastest among Earth attribute techniques. After completing the cultivation of all the spiritual fields, Zhuo Ming, though in a hazy state, had grasped the essence of this cultivation technique. During meditation, his divine sense sensed the Earth's mother energy in the 520 acres of spiritual fields. When practicing qi cultivation, he began to comprehend the subtle natural sensations that could only be sensed after his divine sense left his body. However, your own spiritual consciousness is still a bit weak. If you immerse yourself in the mysteries of the Earth's energy for a long time, you may not be able to keep your thoughts pure. I will teach you a recipe for an elixir of incense. Light it when you are cultivating, and you will be able to keep your mind clear. If possible, Chen Mobai wanted to pass on the nourishing mind and forging spirit technique to Zhuo Ming, but this technique belonged to the immortal sect. Fortunately, the pill formulas from the immortal sects are all publicly available and not restricted from being taught. Chen Mobai thought of a calming incense pill formula, took Zhuo Ming's paper and pen, and wrote it down on the spot. It contained some common medicinal herbs and spices, and the preparation method was also simple. Because of her long-term brewing of spirit wine and her relationship with Yan Jinai, Zhuo Ming had connections with many qi refining disciples in the alchemy department. She had also learned some skills in processing medicinal herbs, so she could try making this incense herself. Thank you, Master. I swear that this pill formula will only be used by me. After receiving the pill formula, Zhuo Ming immediately made a solemn vow to uphold his Tao. In the eastern wilderness, the importance attached to pill formulas even surpasses that placed on the inheritance of cultivation techniques. Luo Yixuan, who was standing to the side, also knelt down and swore that she had been unable to resist her curiosity and had watched Chen Mobai write down the pill formula from memory the whole time and had memorized it all. Chen Mobai was helpless about this trend, and with a wry smile, he gestured for the two of them to get up. Get up. Minger is a blessed person. You sensed the Earth Mother Qi when you were practicing Qi. This will be of great help to you in the final step of foundation establishment, the separation of divine consciousness from the body. It seems that you really made the right choice in choosing the Earth Mother technique. As a cultivation technique practiced by many spiritual plant cultivators in the Divine Wood sect, the Earth Mother technique is quite famous within the sect. However, due to its low combat effectiveness, many people only use it as a supplementary technique to the second phase technique. However, Zhuo Ming was simple-minded. After following Chen Mobai's advice and changing her cultivation method, coupled with the abundance of spiritual fields in Xiaonanshan, she was blessed with exceptional advantages in cultivating the Earth Mother technique. Chen Mobai even felt that among his 3 disciples, if they all took the foundation establishment pill at the same time, Zhuo Ming would be the one who would establish his foundation the fastest and easiest. It's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching. Zhuo Ming is also capable of offering these simple compliments. Chen Mobai smiled and picked up the jade bamboo spirit rice to eat. While eating, he wondered if he should create more spirit fields to help his second disciple cultivate. Do it as soon as you think of it. After finishing the spirit rice, Chen Mobai asked Zhuo Ming to watch the house while he left Xiaonanshan with Luo Yixuan. He first went to visit Meng Hong. Although the former sect leader failed to form his core and suffered a great loss of vitality, he took it all in stride and now spends his days fishing in various places around Giant Tree Ridge. If Mu Yuan hadn't been there, Chen Mobai probably wouldn't have been able to find him. This liquor is a bit strong. Naturally, a visit wouldn't be made empty-handed. Chen Mobai brought the spirit wine that Zhuo Ming brewed last year using Qingyu spirit rice. Meng Huinger had also tasted it. It was considered the strongest wine produced by Xiaonanshan. Try this jade bamboo spirit rice. Its bamboo fragrance and refreshing aroma are perfect for sobering up. Chen Mobai also brought a plant of artificially ripened Solomon seal spirit rice, which Mu Yuan and Luo Yixuan had already cooked while they were drinking. Meng Hong didn't refuse. He ate a mouthful of spirit rice and a sip of strong liquor, ignoring his fishing rod, and thoroughly enjoyed himself. After finishing their meal, Chen Mobai brought up the matter of the spirit field. Last year, Meng Hong coordinated with various departments to reclaim his 500 mu of land, which has all been converted into spirit fields. It is estimated that by the end of the year, the mountains and fields will be covered with fire spirit rice. This proves that Chen Mobai's idea is correct. According to his idea, spirit rice can be planted all over the giant tree ridge, so that the disciples of the divine tree sect can eat spirit rice every meal. What are you thinking, kid? Could you give me another 500 mu of land to make it a full 1,000 mu? Chen Mobai spoke frankly, saying that the improved fire spirit rice could be harvested twice a year, and 1,000 mu of spirit fields could yield 300,000 jin annually. The share, distributed among each qi refining disciple, is only 100 jin, but it at least ensures their continuous intake of spiritual rice. With a strong physique and abundant blood and energy, one's spirit and vitality will be sufficient, making it easier to break through in cultivation. What Chen Mobai wanted to do was to improve the overall strength of the Shenmu sect. Meng Hong naturally supported him. So after eating the spirit rice and spirit wine, he asked Mu Yuan to help him pack the fishing rod, while he and Chen Mobai went to Shenmu City to negotiate with the spirit plant and spirit beast department. When Shi Fengping and the others from the spirit plant department heard that Chen Mobai wanted to further expand the scale of spirit rice cultivation, their faces fell. Even if they buy at market price, the large production of fire spirit rice would still be a huge burden for their spirit plant department. Moreover, the more spirit fields they have, the more trouble they have to harvest, since most disciples in the spirit plant department are better at taking care of medicinal fields than spirit fields. However, the spirit plant department didn't want to offend Chen Mobai and Meng Hong, so they passed the problem on to others. Finally, after visiting several departments, the relevant personnel were all invited to the Shenmu temple. Chu Zuoshu, the sect leader, sat in the main seat with a troubled expression, while the heads of the spirit plant department, array department, spirit beast department, and spirit vein department stood below him. The four departments had differing opinions regarding Chen Mobai's desire to expand the cultivation of spirit rice. The opposition was most vehement among the spirit beasts tribe. The uncultivated forests and countryside of Jumu Ridge were all their grazing land. Previously, they had raised some yu in Myoshan, white apes in Tingshan, spirit snakes in Yishan, and a strange river north of Shiang Mountain, where many Xuan turtles were raised. The carapace of the tortoise is a precious medicinal material, and the tortoise meat tastes very good, making it a favorite among the disciples of the body tempering department. Needless to say, snake gall bladders are also a medicinal ingredient, known for their ability to improve eyesight and refresh the mind. However, because Chen Mobai wanted to farm, the spirit beast department sent people to move all of these places away and find another suitable location, which caused a lot of complaints from the department's disciples. One time was barely tolerable after all. Besides Chen Mobai, the sect's #1 swordsman, there was also the face of Meng Hong, the former sect leader. But if they agree the second time, then it's obvious there will be a third and a fourth time. Therefore, Ma Yunyang, the head of the spirit beast department, was absolutely unwilling this time. With the spirit beast department taking the lead in opposing, Shi Fengping, the minister of the spirit plant department, immediately watched the show with a smile. However, he still made his position clear. As long as the sect was willing to allocate more spirit stones for this part each year, he would not object in principle. The other departments, the spirit vein department and the array department, stated that if the spirit veins were dispersed to cultivate spirit fields, the power of the protective array of Giant Tree Ridge would be weakened. The more it was cultivated, the greater the impact would be, so it was best to maintain the original state. This means that they are expressing their opposition. Although Chu Zuoshu was the sect leader, he was also somewhat unsure about this matter. Having a variety of spirit rice is definitely a good thing for the sect, but the annual expenditure of tens of thousands of spirit stones is indeed a bit too much. Furthermore, the sect's grand formation cannot be ignored, as a major war is very likely to erupt in the next few years. Of course, deep down, Chu Zuoshu still favored Chen Mobai. After all, he was his direct subordinate, and the expenses were paid with sect spirit stones, not from his own pocket. However, given the sect leader's position, it would be somewhat unwise to forcefully suppress departments such as spirit beasts over this matter. In the end, Chu Zuoshu decided to convene the 3 palaces and 12 departments to jointly vote on the matter. As he expected, the Transmission of Skills Department and the Divination Department, being Meng Hong's direct subordinates, directly voted in favor. Zheng Woyu of the Alchemy Department and Jing Hui of the Puppet Department, because they owed Chen Mobai a favor, also followed suit without hesitation. The Spirit Beast Department, the Array Department, and the Spirit Vein Department expressed their explicit opposition. Seeing that there were 4 votes in favor on the other side, Shi Fengping from the Spirit Plant Department stopped pretending and joined in the opposition. That makes it 4 votes to 4 votes. The other departments, Sword Training Department, Weapon Forging Department, Talisman Making Department, and Body Tempering Department, abstained from voting, trying not to offend either side. This is 4 pairs of 4 pairs of 4, perfectly balanced. At this point, it is necessary for the 3 main halls to express their opinions. Agreed. Luo Zuer, the acting head of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence, is also Meng Hong's direct subordinate, and Chen Mobai is also considered one of her people, so she should support him both morally and logically. Everyone looked at Quan Shanlin of the Punishment Hall. Since the Spirit Beast Department was directly under the jurisdiction of the Punishment Hall, everyone present thought that Quan Shanlin would object. Abstain. But under Ma Yunyang's incredulous gaze, Quan Shanlin calmly uttered those 2 words. Then my vote is unimportant. Consider it an abstention. You 4 departments should cooperate well and release another 500 acres of land. After hearing that Quan Shanlin had abstained, Chu Zuoshu chuckled and stepped forward to summarize the vote of the 3 palaces and 12 departments. His abstention was a way of giving Ma Yunyang face. Why? After the vote, Ma Yunyang was furious. She rushed out and stopped Quan Shanlin, who was flying away in midair, and questioned him. This is Elder Fu's will. Are you going to go against it? Quan Shanlin was stopped, and his expression was not good. He said something in an annoyed tone. Impossible. What kind of person is our ancestor? Why would he care about such a trivial matter? Upon hearing this, Ma Yunyang blurted out in disbelief. You know this is a small matter. With the sect war imminent, junior brother Chen has mastered the sword fiend, making him one of the strongest foundation establishment cultivators. The sect will rely on him even more in the future. Don't even mention 500 acres. Even if we take it to the 2 patriarchs, they'll probably give him another 1,000 acres to cultivate until he's happy. Seeing that Ma Yunyang was somewhat stubborn, and after all, was under his command, Quan Shanlin decided to lay it all out for her. Even if this kid masters the sword fiend technique. Ma Yunyang originally wanted to say that there was nothing so great about the sword demon. But upon closer reflection, it seems that there isn't a single foundation establishment cultivator in the sect who dares to say they are confident in dealing with the sword fiend. In recent decades, no one in the Divine Wood sect has mastered the sword fiend, which has made her forget what it means. Foundation building is invincible. In the Eastern Wilderness, strength always speaks volumes. With junior brother Chen's talent, he might very well become our sect's 3rd core formation true person. Your attitude toward him today was a bit problematic. Find an opportunity to apologize properly. After saying this, Quan Shanlin passed Ma Yunyang and flew towards his hall of punishment. Fu Zhangju's appreciation for Chen Mobai was well known within their lineage. which is why Quan Shanlin abstained from voting in the 3 palaces and 12 departments vote. At this moment, Chen Mobai was thanking Zheng Wuyu and Jinghui. If it weren't for their help, he probably wouldn't have been able to get this 500 acres of spiritual land today. Just treat us to drinks another day. After exchanging a few words, Chen Mobai and Meng Hong needed to go with the 4 departments, including the Spirit Beast Department, to discuss the handover of the spirit land. So, after a few more pleasantries, Zheng Wuyu and Chen Mobai left. Before leaving, Chen Mobai thanked Chu Zuoshu and Luo Zur again. The 2 leaders didn't say much, just nodded with smiles. On the other side, Meng Hong was also thanking Kang Qi and Lu Yi. After exchanging pleasantries, Ma Yunyang returned at this time. Shi Fengping and the others from the Spirit Plant Department had originally hoped that she would step forward and see if she could outwardly comply but inwardly defy them. However, they were surprised to see her walk up to Chen Mobai and bow to apologize. Junior brother Chen, my previous objection was due to the excessive resentment of the spirit beasts from the 4 mountains that the department disciples moved to last year. As the department head, I had to express my opinion. But I still agree with your idea in my heart. After all, only when the disciples of the sect are strong as a whole can the sect become stronger and stronger. Ma Yunyang's completely different attitude from before left Shi Fengping and the other 2 speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this still the same Ma Shaimai, who was known for her shrewishness and coldness? After Ma Yunyang gave in, things became much easier. After all, the land in Giant Wood Ridge is nominally unclaimed territory, which is the grazing land of the Spirit Beast tribe. As long as the Spirit Beast tribe agrees, Chen Mobai can take over the other spiritual mountains and spiritual lands that border Xiaonan Mountain. Deng Dajin, the deputy minister of the Spirit Vein Department, sighed, shook his head and left. This matter is no longer his concern. The next step is for the Array Department to transplant the 2 Qingyang spirit trees. However, Chen Mobai proposed another idea, not to change the formation. The newly acquired 500 acres of spiritual land contains 3 spiritual mountains. Shanshan and Jishan, which have Qingyang spiritual trees, are second-tier high-grade spiritual veins. However, Chen Mobai can use his precise control to disperse the spiritual veins into spiritual fields while keeping them at the second-tier low-grade level. After all, the fire spirit rice he grows only requires the initial first-level spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy is insufficient, other methods can be used to enhance the soil's fertility. This is exactly what the immortal sects are good at. As long as the Qingyang spirit tree has a second-tier spiritual vein, it can survive, which saves the formation department trouble. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yi Shaoqing, the head of the formation department, relaxed and indicated that he had no further objections. The 3 sacred mountains in the new sacred land are named Dishan, Shanshan, and Jishan. Among them, the spirit beast tribe on Mount Dai raises a fish called the Chinese letter. This fish lives in the hills, has a snake-like tail, wings under its ribs, and its cry is like that of a cow. Its flesh is a magical antidote. On Shanshan Mountain, there is a kind of lynx called tanuki. Because it once produced a second-tier lynx, many beast-taming disciples would go there to capture it. There is a kind of spirit chicken in Jishan with 3 heads, 6 eyes, 6 legs, and 6 wings. The meat of this spirit chicken is very delicious and filling. It is a raw material for refining bigu pills and is also the favorite of body cultivators in the body tempering department. After talking with Ma Yunyang, Chen Mobai learned that there were actually so many different kinds of spirit beasts in Giant Tree Ridge. These would probably be protected spirit beasts in the immortal sects, but here they can eat as much as they want. Thinking that he had increased his water spirit root by eating the azure blood carp, and that Zhuo Ming needed a lot of spirit beast meat after entering the 9-ren Dharma body, Chen Mobai suddenly became very interested in these things. End of this chapter. Chapter 415 Hard Work, 8K. Chapter 415 Hard Work, 8K. Senior Sister Ma, why don't we set up some formations to restrict the activity range of these spirit beasts to the mountain? This would save your spirit beast disciples a lot of trouble. Chen Mobai's words brought a smile to Ma Yunyang's face. Because spirit beasts are very fond of spiritual plants with abundant spiritual energy, it is best to avoid having spirit beasts nearby if you are planting spirit rice, so as to prevent the rice ears from being eaten up by spirit beasts that come attracted by the spiritual energy before they are ripe. Setting up an array is a good method, but if you want to keep them in captivity, you'll need the help of the array department. Yishayaking, who had not yet left, looked reluctant because this kind of enclosure formation had a wide range and required a lot of manpower and resources. This was originally your spirit beast department's business. Your spirit beast department can provide the materials for the formation, and I will send people to set it up. Having just passed the vote of the 3 halls and 12 departments, Yishayaking obeyed the sect's orders, but still tried his best to minimize the losses of his department. Upon hearing this, Ma Yunyang shook her head in opposition, saying, "This is the responsibility of your formation department. What does it have to do with our spirit beast department? Then you should move the spirit beasts away, so that our formation department won't have to work so hard." Seeing that Yishayaking and Ma Yunyang seemed about to start arguing, Chen Mobai immediately stepped in to smooth things over, saying that he would provide the materials for the formation, since he would be the one to reap the rewards, and it was only right for him to contribute something. "Since junior brother Chen has said so, I will go and make the arrangements." Upon hearing this, Yishayaking's expression softened slightly. He dared not stay any longer, fearing that even more trouble would fall on their formation department. "Senior Sister Ma, I have a disciple who is practicing body tempering techniques and needs a lot of spirit beast flesh and blood. I wonder if the spirit beast breeding tasks on these 3 spirit mountains could be assigned to me." Chen Mobai wanted to sample all the spirit beasts of Giantwood Ridge to see if any could help improve his spiritual roots. So he used Zhu Ming's cultivation of the 9-ren body as a starting point to see if he could take over the breeding tasks of the spirit beast department. "Junior brother Chen, missions in our spirit beast department are generally only available to disciples of this department." Ma Yunyang was in a bit of a dilemma. Raising spirit beasts and cultivating spirit plants are quite different. If she didn't handle it well, there was a possibility of death or injury. For example, there is a large nest of wildcats on Shanshan Mountain, 3 of which are top-tier first-level wildcats. If an ordinary qi refining disciple were to go there, he might be killed. Although Chen Mobai is a peak foundation establishment cultivator of the Divine Wood sect, Ma Yunyang cannot make an exception for him, because this has been a long-standing rule. "That's easy. My eldest disciple, Liu Wenbai, is still on the payroll of your spirit beast department. How about we take on the mission in his name?" Ma Yunyang genuinely didn't remember having a Liu Wenbai in her department, but given Chen Mobai's status, he certainly wouldn't lie about such a thing. Upon hearing this, she readily nodded in agreement. Moreover, in this way, their spirit beast department would not need to work hard in this transfer of 500 acres of spirit land. The land was given to them, and the task of raising spirit beasts was also handed over to Liu Wenbai, which actually reduced the burden on the spirit beast department. The income from the spirit beasts of these 3 sacred mountains will be gone by the end of the year, but this is just a drop in the ocean for the spirit beast department and is insignificant. On the contrary, the formation department needs to be busy, because the formation covering the 3 sacred mountains is considered a large-scale formation. Although it only required a first-tier grade, Chen Mobai still paid 2,000 spirit stones for materials due to the wide range of requirements. This azure cloud white mist array can be split or combined. If junior brother Chen wants to include Zionan Mountain and other areas in the future, he only needs to add a few more array plates. Yishayaking from the array department had a general idea of Chen Mobai's current status in the Divine Wood sect. Although he was also a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he still tried his best to give him face given the overall situation was already settled. This azure cloud and white mist formation consists of 1 main formation and 2 subsidiary formations, which are placed on the 3 spiritual mountains that were recently given to Chen Mobai. Among them, the Mother Formation is the most powerful, landing on the central Shanshan Mountain. Because the lynxes living here are demonic beasts with fierce fighting power, even ordinary chi refining cultivators might not be their match at the same level. The other two sacred mountains are mostly inhabited by animals commonly raised by the divine wood sect for meat. The power of the subarray is sufficient to restrain them. Chen Mobai and Yishaoking chatted in the air, while Zhu Ming and Yishaoking followed the disciples from the array department who came to set up the Azure Cloud White Mist Array. This was both to help them and to help them understand how to activate and control the array. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother Yi. Although Yishaoking of the array department is a low-key person, he was a famous genius in the sect when he was young. He had also studied in the regions outside the eastern wilderness and was recognized as the most accomplished of the 4 third-tier array masters in the sect. If it weren't for the limitations of his cultivation level, Yishaoking would even be able to set up a 4th-order formation. Junior brother Chen has a bright future ahead of him. As long as you don't disturb the mountain-protecting formation, I will support whatever you do. Yishaoking did not want to make enemies with Chen Mobai, a peak foundation establishment cultivator from a sect, so after the decision was made, he immediately mobilized his department to cooperate and show goodwill. Chen Mobai had the same thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have voluntarily paid the spirit stones to cover the material costs of the Azure Cloud White Mist Array. Both were keen to get to know each other, and they soon found themselves chatting and laughing together. As a result, of the 4 departments that were originally opposed, only the Department of Spiritual Plants remained. Chen Mobai took some time to meet with Sun Gaocheng, the inspector of the Spirit Plant Department. Both he and Sun Gaocheng were Chu Zuoshu's proteges, and they spoke very frankly. Harvesting thousands of acres of spirit fields every year is a huge burden on the manpower of the Spirit Plant Department. Moreover, because the sect is preparing for war, the spirit stones have been used on the 4 major departments of sword training, weapon refining, talisman making, and body tempering. Our spirit plant department's budget this year has also been cut and given to them. Xi Fengping is using this matter as an excuse to complain to the sect leader about being poor. After listening to Sun Gaocheng's explanation, Chen Mobai finally understood why Xi Fengping had that attitude. If I really planted 1,000 acres of spirit fields, and the fire spirit rice matured twice a year, even if the spirit plant department bought it at the market price, it would still need to pay 30,000 spirit stones. The annual budget for the spirit plant department is only 100,000 spirit stones in contributions. This year, each of these has been cut by 10,000. If they have to spend another 30,000 spirit stones, they will indeed be in a tighter financial situation. I see. Chen Mobai nodded, indicating his understanding. At this moment, Sun Gaocheng hesitated, but considering that Chen Mobai had already guarded the country and would definitely be one of the high-ranking officials of the 3 palaces and 12 departments in the future, he simply laid out some unspoken rules for him. Junior brother Chen, although I am the inspector of the spirit plant department, most of the power in the department still rests with Xi Fengping and Jin Shamping. Generally speaking, after going through various means, about 5% of the budget allocated by the sect will end up in the hands of the 3 of us. If you spend those 30,000 spirit stones, it will be a loss of thousands of spirit stones for them, which is why the opposition is so strong. This is considered an unspoken rule among the upper echelons of the Shenmu sect. This is basically the case for all 3 halls and 12 departments. When the sect was first established, it was even more excessive. Therefore, the position of inspector was added later to control this figure to around 5%. Therefore, the more spirit rice Chen Mobai planted, the more foundation establishment cultivators from the spirit plant department would lose. Jin Shamping, the deputy director of the spirit plant department, had a good relationship with Yi Yun. During holidays and festivals, Chen Mobai would often drink with Yi Yun at his residence, and the two were considered friendly. But on this matter, he stood silently on Xi Fengping's side, apparently because he had touched their cake and butter. Sun Gaocheng's words today were also a reminder to Chen Mobai that he had also lost a lot of spirit stones because of his affairs. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother son. Chen Mobai understood immediately. After realizing the meaning behind Sun Gaichang's words, he wanted to visit Shi Fengping and Jin Shamping to see if there was any good solution to the matter. But to his surprise, he was turned away immediately. Both of them claimed that they had made a breakthrough in their cultivation and were currently in seclusion. Chen Mobai merely smiled wryly at this, not caring whether he was truly in seclusion or not. In any case, being petty, he kept this matter in mind. He considered the advanced experience of the immortal sect, and combined with the current situation of the sect, came up with a plan to bypass the spirit plant department and go directly to the Divine Wood Hall to find Chu Zuoshu. In that case, it's not a bad idea. After listening to Chen Mobai's suggestion about reducing the burden on the spirit plant department, Chu Zuoshu thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed very appropriate. However, since this matter concerns the channels for sect contributions, he cannot make a decision on his own. Anyway, it will be a few months before your fire spirit rice matures. I will bring up your proposal at the next meeting of the 3 palaces and 12 departments, and I will also notify you to attend. Chu Zuoshu takes great care of Chen Mobai, his close associate, and given the current situation, it is still very likely that the motion will pass if a vote is held later. Thank you, sect leader. After leaving the Divine Tree Temple, Chen Mobai returned to Zionin Mountain. The array department was still setting up the Azure Cloud White Mist Array. Yishaoking had already left, leaving Guan Xiaolong, a true disciple of the array department, to coordinate with Chen Mobai's 2 disciples. Guan Xiaolong seemed to have a crush on the beautiful Luo Yixuan and took the opportunity to frequently fawn over her. Although Luo Yixuan was annoyed, she couldn't show her displeasure since the other party had come to help. Zhu Ming realized this, so she simply asked Luo Yixuan to take care of things at Xiaonanshan, while she came alone to coordinate the formation with Guan Xiaolong. After setting up the formation, Guan Xiaolong left feeling quite disappointed. These new sacred sites, the terraced fields of Dishan and Jishan, are being cultivated normally, and the area of Shanshan only needs to be cultivated up to the foot of the mountain. After Chen Mobai returned, he took his 2 disciples to inspect the new 500-acre spiritual land. He rode the crimson cloud and smoke robe, and the 3 of them stood in midair, pointing to the 3 spiritual mountains below. A group of demonic mountain cats roam freely on Shanshan Mountain. They are fierce and aggressive, and if their range of activity is not large, they are likely to kill each other. Therefore, as per Chen Mobai's request, the array here restricts the range of almost the entire mountain. Above the summits of Shanshan and Jishan, there is a Qingyang spirit tree, which serves as one of the nodes of the sect's grand formation. A small formation has also been set up to protect it. You too must remember not to force your way in. Zhu Ming and Luo Yixuan nodded in agreement after hearing this. By the way, I heard from senior sister Ma that these mountain cats like to bar their teeth and claws. Minger, haven't you always thought that your fighting skills are not good enough? Once you have mastered the 9-ren body technique, you can come to the mountains and find these guys to practice with. Last year, Zhuoming was eliminated in the 4th round of the sect competition. After Chen Mobai found out, he felt that this should not be her true level, so he kept in mind the matter of improving her combat skills. It just so happens that this group of mountain raccoons are also demonic beasts, and 3 of them are at the top level of the 1st tier, making them very suitable for training. With the 5 transformations umbrella and the purple fire sword talisman protecting her, Zhuo Ming's safety is not a problem. Yes, master. As they spoke, the 3 of them landed on the mountain. Chen Mobai's divine sense surged forth and quickly located the spirit chicken here. Sure enough, it had 3 heads, 6 eyes, 6 legs, and 6 wings, and was extremely plump. Today, your teacher will demonstrate his culinary skills to you. After hearing about the spirit chicken, Chen Mobai had been looking forward to it. There were just too many chicken legs and wings. He caught 2 of them, then pointed at one of them, and a hole appeared in the ground. At this moment, Zhuo Ming had already rolled up her sleeves and was helping to kill the chicken very cleanly and efficiently. Although Luo Yixuan had a repressed childhood, she was, after all, from a prominent family and would never kill a chicken. So she could only watch from the sidelines. Chen Mobai cut down a Crimson Sun spirit tree on the spot. With a thought, the 5 elements sword light flashed, and he had already chopped the firewood neatly, each piece as if it had been measured with a ruler. This scene reminded Luo Yixuan and Zhuo Ming of their early days chopping wood in the Xinye Hall when they first joined the Shenmu sect. At that time, Chen Mobai earned a lot of spirit stones with the Crimson Sun spirit wood. At that time, neither of them could have imagined that they would eventually become his disciples. However, if time could be reversed, back to that time, the two of them would definitely bow down without any hesitation. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already made a pair of wooden skewers, skewered the chicken legs and wings that Zhuo Ming had prepared, and placed them on the burning firewood to roast. He also took out seasonings that he had specially bought from the immortal sect from his storage bag, and soon his 2 disciples were eating with their mouths full of oil. After finishing all the chicken legs and wings, the 2 women were still a little unsatisfied and wanted to grab 2 more. "Master, your cooking is the best I've ever tasted." Luo Yixuan shyly took out a silk scarf to wipe the oil from the corner of her mouth and gave a positive review. "The seasoning is the key." As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out a spirit testing device to check his spiritual root attributes and found that there was no change. It seemed that the spirit chicken was useless. From now on, after burning the rice husks, you can use them to feed these spirit chickens. Minger, you are cultivating the 9-ren body, and in addition to spirit rice, the flesh and blood of spirit beasts are also essential. I'm giving you this mountain. How many spirit chickens you can eat is up to you. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Ming immediately knelt down and performed a grand ceremony to express her gratitude. "No need for formalities. Let's go and take a look at the other 2 mountains." After gesturing for Zhuo Ming to get up, Chen Mobai led the 2 of them to Dishan and Shanshan. The fish from Mount Dai is both a food ingredient and a medicine. It tastes all right after cooking, but it still has little effect on spiritual roots. As soon as the 3 of them landed on the last mountain, they were stared at by more than a dozen pairs of oily green eyes, and fierce lynxes were watching them from all directions. But Chen Mobai snorted coldly and displayed his foundation establishment aura, and all the lynxes disappeared completely. Only the one with the strongest aura was locked onto by Chen Mobai's divine sense and grabbed from a distance. "Minger, why don't you make a contract with it? That way, when you come here to hone your fighting skills, it will protect you and make you safer." Zhuo Ming naturally nodded, and then immediately signed the blood curse contract. "Senior sister, your cat is so beautiful." Luo Yixuan praised it from the side. After hearing this, Chen Mobai looked at the black and gray spotted, round-headed and big-tailed mountain cat standing at Zhuo Ming's feet after signing the contract. It was a very ordinary mountain cat. It was much uglier than the white cat he kept at the student council. Only its eyes were a striking green, like emeralds, which gave it a unique appearance. It is said that the mountain cat has a faint bloodline of the earth elemental divine beast, the Li. The ancestors of this group on Shanshan Mountain once produced a second-tier beast. Minger, if you have time, you can also spend some time on this cat. When Chen Mobai was in the Divine Wood Palace, Ma Yunyang told him a lot about the 3 sacred mountains, with the mountain raccoon being the key point. Now, she relayed his words to Zhuo Ming. There are many spirit beasts in Giant Wood Ridge that can advance to the 2nd tier. The mountain lynx is one of the more popular among earth element cultivators. In addition to being easy to raise, it is also quite powerful in combat and extremely fast, making it easy to survive when exploring dangerous places. After the mountain raccoon advances to the 2nd tier, it will awaken the Earth Chinese letter, Earth Chinese letter, a magical ability to escape from the Earth. And at that time, it will be very good at opening up underground caves and even mining veins. Zhuo Ming was also lucky. For disciples of the Spirit Beast Department, Capturing a mountain raccoon as their own spirit beast was extremely difficult, as they often had to be prepared to face an entire litter of them. Even teachers at the foundation establishment level will let their disciples hunt for themselves in order to hone their skills. This is why many chi refining disciples can only capture ordinary first-tier mountain raccoons. Only a good teacher like Chen Mobai can capture a top-tier first-tier spirit beast like Zhuo Ming, which is equivalent to the chi refining perfection level. After inspecting the 3 sacred mountains, Chen Mobai gave his 2 disciples a general overview of his plan for the 1,000 acres of sacred fields. The puppets that were cleared out can be used here again, but we need to relocate some more mortals here. But both apprentices will handle these matters well. They have the experience from last year, and although they have more spiritual fields, they both said they will arrange everything properly. As they spent more time together, Chen Mobai grew increasingly fond of his 3 disciples from the eastern wilderness. He respected his teachers and was always willing to work hard without complaint. He would complete any task assigned to him with the utmost care and dedication. You can't find a disciple like this in the immortal sects. In the following days, Chen Mobai went to Shenmu City and purchased various kinds of edible spirit beast flesh and blood from Giant Wood Ridge through the Lingbao Pavilion, hoping to improve his spiritual root attributes. Unfortunately, I only managed to try 7 or 8 kinds before I had to return to the immortal sect. Because Meng Huinger has emerged from seclusion. She invited him to her home, feeling a little embarrassed. The 2 of them were already in that kind of relationship, and they could tell what was important just by patting each other. After she finished saying the words of invitation, Chen Mobai had already guessed what it was about. It's just that she still hasn't mastered the critical technique during this seclusion, and she wants him to go up and give her some pointers again, so she can put in the hard work. Chen Mobai naturally accepted the offer. Sure enough, after a candlelight dinner on the balcony, Meng Huinger sat down next to him shyly and expressed her feelings. Chen Mobai felt he owed her a lot, so he worked hard without complaint and let her sit on his lap, doing his best to serve her. After several days of hard work, Meng Huinger was radiant. One day, while sitting on the sofa in the living room, she suddenly had an epiphany. Her eyes sparkled and she relaxed and smiled. I'm sure I'll understand this time. With more experience, Meng Huinger's endurance increased significantly. With Chen Mobai's cooperation, she gritted her teeth and endured the pain from beginning to end several times. After this perfect practice, he was even more confident and went into seclusion again. After completing his task as a mere tool, Chen Mobai didn't disturb her at this crucial moment and quietly left the mountaintop villa. After resting for 2 days, he realized he hadn't been to the Taoist temple in a while, so he used the small teleportation talisman that he hadn't used in a long time. He used to drag Meng Huinger to school every day, and this thing was buried at the bottom of his storage bag, so he could hardly find it. Upon arriving at the Taoist temple, Chen Mobai naturally went to Chi Yu Cheng's place first. The purple lightning sword has not yet chosen a master, so you can rest assured. As soon as Chi Yu Cheng saw Chen Mobai come in carrying a fruit basket, he knew what Chen Mobai wanted to ask and answered him in advance. "Teacher, what are you saying? I just came to see you." Chen Mobai put down the fruit basket without any embarrassment and started boiling water and pouring tea for Chi Yu Cheng. "Oh, did you know that the Nature Academy suddenly changed the final round of candidates?" Chen Mobai looked surprised upon hearing Chi Yu Cheng's words. Besides him, the only other people who were recommended for the final round were 3 core formation realm cultivators from the Natural Academy, the 5 Thunder Academy, and the Mountain and Sea Academy. Previously, Yu Shiling, the true person of the Natural Academy, was also considered to be just there to fill a quota, but now she has been suddenly replaced, which definitely means that the new person is more likely to gain the approval of the Purple Lightning Sword than Yu Shiling. After Chen Mobai realized what was happening, his expression became somewhat unnatural. "This is an unexpected complication. Teacher, please have some tea." But Chen Mobai quickly calmed down. No matter how powerful the cultivators replaced by the Natural Academy were, They could not possibly be closer to the purple lightning sword than the two core formation true persons from the Mountain and Sea Academy and the Five Thunder Academy. Ultimately, it will come down to the final round, and the outcome will depend on their performance. That's what's good about you, kid. While you're making great progress, you can also remain calm and composed, even in the face of praise or criticism. Chi Yucheng accepted the tea from Chen Mobai and nodded in satisfaction. It was precisely because of this quality that he had taken Chen Mobai as his disciple. Teacher, you flatter me. Chen Mobai just smiled at this. Although he really wanted the purple lightning sword, even if he couldn't get it, he would only feel disappointed, not lose his composure. Because he possesses a cultivation world far larger than Earth origin star, given time to develop, he will eventually acquire a fourth-tier magic weapon similar to the purple lightning sword. The newly appointed core formation realm master of the Natural Academy is Yan Qiangji. After finishing his tea, Chi Yucheng stopped keeping Chen Mobai in suspense and directly told him a familiar name. She also successfully formed her core. Chen Mobai recalled his meeting with Yan Qiangji at Wenren Zuwei's tea house back in Jumeng Taoist Academy. Although it was their second meeting, it was their first conversation. At that time, she was worried that she might not be able to form her core and might need to ask Chen Mobai for the pure Yang Purple Qi in the future. I never expected that he would have successfully formed his core in just over a year. It can only be said that he is a genius who is on par with Lan Haitian and opened up the golden core realm while still in the foundation establishment stage. It was expected that she would achieve the core formation. Chi Yucheng said in a calm tone. In the history of the immortal sect, most of the geniuses who opened up the golden core realm when they were in the foundation establishment stage were able to successfully form their golden core. Therefore, after Lan Haitian and Yan Qiangji opened up the golden core realm, they were already regarded as half-core formation true persons. This has proven to be true. After obtaining the core formation artifacts, both of them succeeded on their first try, living up to their reputation as the two prodigies of the immortal sect. Teacher, does this golden core realm also help with core formation? Chen Mobai thought of another point. He was only one step away from completing the pure Yang scroll from the 6th level of foundation establishment to perfection, at which point he could begin preparing for core formation. If you have enough qi replenishing water, it will probably only take 6 or 7 years. If the golden core realm is also helpful for core formation, he felt that after acquiring the purple lightning sword, he would need to seriously consider this matter. On average, every 100 years in the history of the immortal sect, a genius will appear who opens up the golden core realm at the foundation establishment stage. Because the sample size is too small, it is not representative. But being able to do this is itself a genius among geniuses. These people's success in forming their core is basically taken for granted. Chi Yucheng gave Chen Mobai an answer that wasn't an answer. There is no necessary connection between the core formation and golden core realms, but those who can achieve this already represent that their spiritual power or divine sense has surpassed the foundation establishment level in some aspect. These people were destined for success. After having tea with Chi Yucheng, Chen Mobai went to the student council for a stroll. After greeting acquaintances such as Lu Tianxuan and Zhuang Jialan downstairs, he went to his original office. Zhongli Tianyu came to work obediently, but he sat in his chair with his legs crossed, reading comics. I've already taken care of everything. Seeing Chen Mobai come in, Zhongli Tianyu rolled his eyes at him, then changed his foot-resting position and continued flipping through the comics. I'm not here to check up on you, I just came to see you. As Chen Mobai was speaking, the white cat that was sitting on the windowsill sunbathing jumped into his arms. When Hua Zijing graduated, Chen Mobai originally wanted to give her this white cat, since he had asked the True Spirit Academy for it to make her happy. Unfortunately, Hua Zijing refused, saying it would be better for her to stay in the student council, and that after graduation she would need to work on foundation establishment perfection and core formation spiritual objects, and might not have time to take good care of them. And so, the white cat became a member of the student council. Chen Mobai even wondered if the white cat would become the most senior member of the student council after they all graduated, and whether the younger generation would have to greet it when they saw it. Boring. Zhongli Tianyu rolled his eyes at Chen Mobai, turned his chair around, and started reading comics with his back to Chen Mobai. You should be able to reach the 9th level of foundation establishment before you graduate, right? When do you plan to apply for the use of the boundary gate and open up your golden core boundary? Chen Mobai didn't care about his attitude. After all, that was just the kind of person the kid was. He sat down on the sofa by the window, drinking the hot tea that Zhuang Jialan had brought him. While stroking the cat's soft fur, he also asked about the golden core realm. The 9th level of foundation establishment is just the entry threshold. If you want to open up the golden core realm, in addition to sufficient spiritual power, a strong divine sense and a robust physique are also fundamental. But even if you have reached the peak of foundation establishment in all three aspects, whether you can succeed still depends on luck. Zhongli Tianyu is a descendant of a family of nascent soul cultivators, so he definitely knows more than Chen Mobai. As a hallmark of the immortal sects, those who can successfully open the golden core realm during the foundation establishment stage are generally regarded as future core formation true immortals. If Zhongli Tianyu is to attempt this, in addition to spiritual power and divine sense, he should also cultivate his dragon horse form to a level beyond foundation establishment, so that he will have a greater chance of success. After listening, Chen Mobai asked even more detailed questions. However, that's all Zhongli Tianyu knew. A genius in his family who had accomplished this had left behind only these words. Only when one's essence, energy, and spirit are flawless can one grasp the power of the void, shatter the vacuum with the help of the boundary gate, and open up new realms. Chen Mobai nodded thoughtfully. The immortal sect must have more information on this. Aren't you on good terms with Lan Haitian? Why don't you just ask him, this successful person, when you have time? Zhongli Tianyu's words reminded Chen Mobai that, although there are very few examples of foundation establishment cultivators opening up golden core realms, there are two such individuals in this era. Moreover, they have already successfully formed their cores and entered the upper echelons of the immortal sect. If I could get their personal explanation, I would definitely be more confident when I experienced it myself. Chen Mobai wanted to call Lan Haitian to ask, but he felt it would be a bit presumptuous. After all, he had refused to join the Heaven Mending group back then, so their relationship was actually just so-so. However, the Golden Core Realm was a major event, so Chen Mobai shamelessly edited a text message and sent it over. Hopefully, Lan Haitian will be able to respond when he has time. By the way, the Natural Academy sent Yan Qiangji, a newly promoted core formation cultivator, to try wielding the purple lightning sword. Should I take this opportunity to consult her as well? After all, she was Yan Bingshuan's teacher and family member, and they had gotten along quite well back when they were at Jumeng Academy. After keeping this in mind, he checked his phone again, but still didn't see Lan Haitian's reply. Before leaving the student council, Chen Mobai suddenly became interested and asked Zhongli Tianyu if he wanted to go to Zaya Chishan to hone his combat skills. There's a saying, once the wound heals, the pain is forgotten. Zhongli Tianyu immediately put down the comic book in his hand, saying that he had gained a deeper understanding of the 8 trigrams immortal thunder over the past few months, and would never be able to break through the defenses by the sword fiend again. The two didn't invite anyone else to watch. Instead, they opened a custom room in private and fought 3 rounds. After finishing, Zhongli Tianyu lay back down on the sofa, groaning, feeling hot all over. Chen Mobai poured him a cup of tea, and only left the student council satisfied after seeing that he had recovered. After spending another half-month at the Taoist temple, Meng Huinger shyly called him up again. Helpless, Chen Mobai could only fly up again to do the work. End of this chapter. Chapter 416, The Resonance of the Purple Lightning Sword. Chapter 416, The Resonance of the Purple Lightning Sword. Next, let junior brother Chen explain this proposal to everyone. Inside the Divine Tree Hall, at the usual sect assembly, after Chu Zuoshu finished recounting the aforementioned matters, he suddenly said something. All the people from the 3 palaces and 12 departments turned their gazes toward Chen Mobai beside him. Greetings, fellow senior brothers and sisters. As you know, I have planted some spirit rice, but the quantity is a bit too much, so it is not convenient for the spirit plant department to arrange for people to harvest it every year. Moreover, if the spirit plant department purchases these spirit rice according to the sect's requirements, it will cost a lot of spirit stones. Therefore, I suggest that we separate the spirit rice from the spirit plant department and establish a separate spirit rice department to be specifically responsible for this matter. Of course, the spirit rice department, like the spirit plant department, is still under the jurisdiction of the reward hall. After Chen Mobai briefly explained his suggestion, Shi Fengping from the spirit plant department immediately objected. This is absolutely unacceptable, sect leader. The 3 halls and 12 departments are ancestral precepts. How can we add another department because of such a trivial matter? If we raise too many spirit chickens in the future, will we have to establish another spirit chicken department? Although the annual planting and harvesting of spirit rice doesn't bring much profit and even requires subsidies, it is still one of the powers of the spirit plant department. Moreover, this spirit rice is one of the essential spiritual items for body cultivators. Every year, the spirit plant department can exchange spirit rice for a considerable amount of spirit stones from the body tempering department. The upper echelons of the spirit plant department can also profit from this transaction, so naturally they will not let it go. Sect leader, senior brother, she is quite right. We still need to be cautious about adding another department. Regarding this matter, most people shared Shi Fengping's opinion and voiced their opposition. However, junior brother Chen's 1,000 acres of spirit rice have indeed become a burden for the spirit plant department. I heard that the fire spirit rice has already formed ears in large swaths and can be harvested, but the spirit plant department has only sent a small team to do this, which may cause delays. At this moment, Zheng Woyu from the alchemy department mentioned something. The truth is that my disciples in the spirit plant department are scattered throughout Giant Tree Ridge and the eastern wilderness, and it is impossible for them to take care of thousands of acres of medicinal fields. However, I have already mobilized the disciples in the spirit plant department within the sect to try to complete the harvest before the spirit rice is harvested. Their spirit plant department was in the wrong in this matter, so after exonerating himself, Shi Fengping looked apologetic. If the spirit rice grains fall and become contaminated with the earth's energy, their spiritual effects will be greatly reduced, just like ordinary rice. If the spirit plant department cannot prevent this, I think the sect still needs to come up with a foolproof plan. Lu Yi from the transmission department also spoke up, and his words were biased towards Chen Mobai. Since the spirit plant department can't do it, then it shouldn't cling to power. I'm also trying my best. If any of you have good methods, please feel free to mention them. Shi Fengping handled the situation well. Everyone knew that although the spirit plant department had the most disciples, it also had a lot of medicinal and spiritual fields to take care of, so it was not appropriate to criticize him for it. Since setting up a separate department won't work, why don't you ask the sect to provide me with a channel to sell spirit rice? I can find a way to sell my 1,000 acres of spirit fields myself. Chen Mobai actually knew long ago that the initial proposal would not be approved, and his main purpose now was to advocate for it. The channels for selling spirit rice. Junior brother Chen can just open his own shop. Why does he need the sect's permission? Shi Fengping was somewhat puzzled by this, but if Chen Mobai did not allow the spirit plant department to purchase his 1,000 acres of spirit fields, it would definitely be a good thing for their spirit plant department. What I mean is, allow sect disciples to use contribution points to exchange for spirit rice here. Chen Mobai smiled and revealed his true purpose. He wanted a payment license for sect contributions. Although the economic system in the eastern wilderness is relatively simple, everyone has basic knowledge. The sect contribution points are linked to spirit stones, with 1 point contributing 1 low-grade spirit stone. To ensure the stability of contribution points, only the 3 halls and 12 departments within the Shenmu sect are allowed to pay and distribute contribution points to disciples within their own rules and regulations. However, if one wants to trade contribution points, it can only be done in a handful of important sect locations such as the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, the Spirit Stone Shop, and the library. If Chen Mobai obtains permission to trade sect contribution points, he is confident that he can establish a small Lingbao pavilion. In the immortal sects, payment licenses are extremely difficult to obtain. Apart from the official authorities, only the 4 major academies and a handful of large companies possess them. Although Shi Fengping instinctively felt that the transaction permit he had given to Chen Mobai's sect was not quite right, with his limited knowledge, he could not immediately see what was wrong with it. Moreover, being able to shed the burden of the 1,000 acres of spiritual rice from Zion Enshin is a good thing for their spiritual plant department, both morally and logically. So after thinking for a moment, he didn't want to offend Chen Mobai completely, so he kept quiet. Ultimately, the motion passed with 8 votes and 4 abstentions. After the results of the vote in the 12 ministries are announced, the 3 great halls are not required to express their opinions. Chen Mobai had no problem maintaining his position in the 3 main halls, and in the end, Chu Zuoshu approved the permission for Chen Mobai to trade spirit rice using sect contributions. After leaving the Divine Tree Palace, Shi Fengping returned to the Spirit Plant Department and told Jin Shamping about the incident. But after discussing it for a long time, the two still couldn't figure out the impact of this matter. Forget it, we're not at a loss anyway. This is a good opportunity to legitimately bring back the disciples from the Spirit Plant Department. From now on, let him do whatever he wants with those 1,000 acres of spirit fields. Finally, Shi Fengping clapped his hands, signaling that the mission of the disciples sent by the Spirit Plant Department to harvest spirit rice at Zionan Mountain was over. On the vast spiritual fields of Tingshan, Zhuo Ming drove a horse-drawn carriage-style harvesting machine that Chen Mobai had ordered from the puppet department, and completed the harvest of hundreds of acres of spiritual rice in just one day. Master, this harvesting puppet is really useful. Luo Yixuan, watching Zhuo Ming's speed, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Once all the spirit rice has been husked, put up a notice at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion saying that 1 point of sect contribution can be exchanged for 11 caddies. The price of spirit rice in the market of Shenmu City is 10 caddies for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Chen Mobai's deal is essentially a buy 10 get 1 free offer, and it can also be redeemed using sect contribution points. Generally speaking, disciples of the Shenmu sect accept tasks from their respective departments or the Lingbao Pavilion. After completing the tasks, they can choose to receive sect contributions or spirit stones. Many disciples of the Shenmu sect choose to contribute to the sect because many of the pills in the Lingbao Pavilion that can improve cultivation can only be exchanged for contribution points. Furthermore, to prevent the proliferation of contribution points, the Shenmu sect only allows disciples to exchange contribution points for spirit stones in the Spirit Stone Shop, but not to exchange spirit stones for contribution points in the same amount. However, this is the official rule. After agreeing on a price privately, one can transfer their contribution points to someone else in the presence of the Spirit Stone Shop. This results in contribution points being slightly more valuable than spirit stones within the sect. However, under the sect's regulation, this range remains quite stable. That is, there will be an extraordinary increase in price only when foundation establishment pills can be exchanged every 10 years. Because many true disciples couldn't afford 10,000 sect contribution points themselves, they had to borrow or buy them, which drove up the price. Spirit rice is something that shouldn't be stored for too long, so Chen Mobai had already been considering how to sell the fire spirit rice he had grown in the first half of the year. Buy 10 get 1 free is a common tactic among the immortal sects. Try it first. If it still doesn't sell, then try buying 10 and getting 2 or 3 free, or even adding some gifts. Anyway, let's take over the market first. The spiritual fields here are free, and the labor is almost free as well. The only costs involved are breeding and fertilization, but for Chen Mobai, it's all a sure thing. While Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan were busy harvesting spirit rice, Chen Mobai went to the puppet department again and used Qingyang's spirit wood as payment to hire Li Yixian and a group of qi refining disciples to make some more spirit rice hulling machines. After the product was completed, everyone admired his ingenuity. With this, even an ordinary person can easily husk several tons of rice a day. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai, who had just posted a notice at Lingbao Pavilion, encountered his first customer, who turned out to be Ku Kanjai, the head of the body tempering department. "Junior brother Chen, please forgive my unauthorized visit." Ku Kanjai seemed to have come with good intentions, and even brought 2 caddies of high-quality black pork. This is a high-quality meat raised on Giant Wood Ridge. It needs to be free-range for 3 years before it can be slaughtered. The meat is firm and rich in spiritual energy, making it a favorite of the Divine Wood sect's body cultivators. "Senior brother Ku, have some tea." Chen Mobai was a little confused about Ku Kanjai's meaning, so he personally brewed him a cup of tea and waited for him to continue speaking. "Junior brother Chen, how about we sell all your 1,000 acres of spirit rice to our body tempering department? If senior brother Ku wants it, it would be a great help to me, but wouldn't it be too much?" Chen Mobai was naturally overjoyed at the business that came his way, but after harvesting his 1,000 acres of spirit fields, he had a total of 150,000 caddies of spirit rice, which his body tempering department probably couldn't digest entirely. "Junior brother Chen, it seems you don't understand my body tempering department. Our department has a total of 500 disciples, including 100 core disciples who need to consume more than 3 caddies of spirit rice every day, which is about 1 shi per month. They alone can consume almost all of your 1,500 shi of spirit rice. In the eastern wilderness, 100 jin equals 1 shi. 100 core disciples of the body tempering department can consume 1,200 shi, or 120,000 jin of spirit rice, in a year. There are 400 ordinary disciples left. These are those with poor spiritual roots and lack the resources to learn skills such as alchemy and talisman making in the sect. In order to have a big tree to shelter under in the Divine Wood sect, they have all joined the body tempering department, which accepts anyone who is willing to join. These disciples were also taught the most basic body tempering methods. Although the monthly spirit stones were not enough for their own cultivation, they would occasionally buy some spirit rice, spirit meat, and pills that greatly replenished their blood and qi. If we take these 400 disciples into account, the body tempering department can indeed digest Chen Mobai's 1,500 stones of fire spirit rice. "Senior brother Ku, will you pay with spirit stones or contribution points?" Chen Mobai was naturally pleased to be able to sell his spiritual rice in one go, and asked the most crucial question. "Junior brother Chen, I will pay you with sect contribution points." Ku Kanjai was a straightforward person. After reaching an agreement, he directly signed a contract with Chen Mobai and then transferred 5,000 sect contribution points to Chen Mobai using the body tempering department's account. This is considered a deposit. The remaining 10,000 contribution points will be paid after all the fire spirit rice has been delivered to the body tempering department. "Junior brother Chen, I heard from the disciples below this morning that you issued a notice at the Lingbao Pavilion saying that ordinary disciples can exchange 1 point of contribution for 11 caddies of spirit rice at your Xiaonanshan shop. I will buy it at the original market price, which means I have helped you earn more than 1,000 spirit stones." Before leaving, Ku Kanjai suddenly said something meaningful. Chen Mobai didn't quite understand what he meant and saw him out the door. Watching Ku Kanjai's departing figure, Chen Mobai sensed that the head of the body tempering department seemed somewhat unhappy. In the evening, Chen Mobai remembered something Sun Gaicheng had once told him, and suddenly it dawned on him. This guy is asking for a kickback. After figuring it out, Chen Mobai was both annoyed and amused, but this situation was common even within the immortal sects. Moreover, the body tempering department is a major client, so it's indeed worth taking care of. However, Chen Mobai himself couldn't show up, so he called Luo Yixuan over, gave her a gift worth 1,000 spirit stones, and asked her to take it and pass it on to Ku Kanjai. After Luo Yixuan returned, she said that Ku Kanjai was very satisfied and indicated that their body tempering department would also cover the 1,500 shi of spirit rice harvested at this time next year. The batch of spirit rice that matured at the end of the year was simply too much for Chen Mobai to eat, so he needed to find a solution himself. Fire spirit rice is harvested twice a year, and the 500 disciples in the body tempering department can consume 1,500 shi, a unit of dry measure, annually. What remains is to tap into the internal needs of the remaining disciples of the Shenmu sect. At Zion and Shampoo, although the price of 11 jin was advertised at 1 contribution point, very few people came to buy or exchange for it. The cultivators in the eastern wilderness are used to buying pills with spirit stones to improve their cultivation. When they are hungry, they use fasting pills or ordinary food to fill their stomachs. Only body cultivators with essential needs, such as those in the body tempering department, eat spirit rice at every meal. Master, do we still need to plant the next batch of fire spirit rice seedlings? With Liu Wenbai absent, Luo Yixuan took over the Zion Enchen shop in Shenmu City. She looked worried as she saw the poor performance of the spirit rice exchange these days. Keep planting. If we can't sell them, we'll use them all to make wine. Chen Mobai, however, was not afraid at all. He had many successful marketing cases from the immortal sect in his mind, and already had a way to solve the problem of spirit rice sales. Zhu Ming and Luo Yixuan naturally obeyed. After selling all the mature fire spirit rice to the body tempering department, Chen Mobai received the remaining 10,000 contribution points as payment. Ku Kanjai was naturally generous in paying after receiving the gift. After watching his 2 disciples lead the mortals to complete the transplanting of rice seedlings in the 1,000 acres of spiritual fields using the seeding puppets, Chen Mobai originally wanted to find his friends Qi Rui, Zai Jinghuo, and others to share his experience of successfully establishing his foundation. Unexpectedly, he received some surprising news from the immortal sect. During the preliminary selection phase, 12 unparalleled sword geniuses resonated with the purple lightning sword. What does that mean? Does it mean the persona he worked so hard to maintain is worthless? End of this chapter. Chapter 417 Mountain and Sea Academy, 8K. Chapter 417 Mountain and Sea Academy, 8K. The purple lightning sword is, after all, a 4th-tier sword. If Chen Mobai could obtain it, he would have nothing to fear in the eastern wilderness. Since the highest cultivation level in the eastern wilderness is only golden core true person, Chen Mobai felt that even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he could still buy time for Turtle Treasure to return to the city with the purple lightning sword in hand. So upon hearing this news, he once again used the excuse of gaining some insight to return to Zion Enchen and go into seclusion. Teacher, have some tea. Upon returning to the Taoist temple, Chen Mobai naturally went to visit Qi Yucheng immediately and skillfully helped him boil water and make tea. This is a bit strange. However, even the well-informed Qi Yucheng was somewhat puzzled by the fact that the purple lightning sword had resonated with 12 peerless sword geniuses. Teacher, what's so strange about this? Could it be that the Mountain and Sea Academy doesn't want to part with the purple lightning sword, so they've created this illusion? Since the purple lightning sword is still in the hands of the Mountain and Sea Academy, the selection of its master is also being handled by them. Even if the number of cultivators in the immortal sects is large, it is impossible for 12 peerless sword geniuses to emerge in just 1 year. It should be noted that in the past 10 years, Wuki Dao Academy has only produced 1 Chen Mobai and half of Zhai Jianbai. This matter was approved by several venerable masters. The Mountain and Sea Academy wouldn't dare to do it. Qi Yucheng shook his head. Although the general public was unaware of the matter of the purple lightning sword choosing its master, all the golden core true persons of the immortal sects understood the intricacies of it. If anyone dares to cheat here, they should be prepared to be targeted by the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall, the master of the immortal sects discipline. The principal should know, right? Chen Mobai asked hesitantly. I asked, but the principal just told me not to worry about it or pay too much attention to it, and to just stay silent about it. Chi Yucheng treated his disciple Chen Mobai quite well, knowing that he cared a lot about the purple lightning sword. So, after learning about this, he immediately sent a text message to Master Chengxuan. It was Master Chengxuan's reply that made him realize the strangeness of the matter. Teacher, how about I go to the mountain and sea academy beforehand to take a look? Chen Mobai thought to himself that since he had already stepped down as student council president, and the Shenmu sect had completed the sale of the fire spirit rice, he would have plenty of free time in the second half of the year. He might as well use this time to spend more time with the purple lightning sword. All right, but don't take the purple lightning sword too seriously. After all, you're competing with a golden core cultivator. There's no need to be discouraged if you fail. As Chi Yucheng spoke, he began to relieve Chen Mobai's pressure. Okay, teacher, who should I contact when I go there? Within the Mountain and Sea Academy, Chen Mobai only knew one person, Pei Qingshuang. However, since the two had a serious fight at the Jumeng Taoist Academy, Chen Mobai felt that his relationship with her was just so-so and didn't think about going to find her. Hao Cao studied at our Taoist Academy. After you go to the Mountain and Sea Academy, just go find him. Since the 4 major academies only admit about 50 new students each year, many hidden talents end up in the 10 major academies. In order to give these hidden talents the opportunity to receive education and resources from the 4 major academies, there are also postgraduate entrance examinations in the immortal sects. Last year, Dai Shiking, the chief of Lingbao Academy, passed the postgraduate entrance examination and was promoted to the Wuqi Dao Academy. Back when Chen Mobai was the student council president, he made a special trip to visit him, and the two had a very pleasant conversation. The same was true of Hao Cao, the principal of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Moreover, during his studies, he joined forces with Deng Daiyun, the current head of the weapon forging department, to forge a third-tier sword embryo, which became a legendary tale. Today, Hao Cao is a recognized master of swordsmanship and a great sword cultivator who has reached the peak of core formation. After Chi Yucheng made the call, Chen Mobai didn't waste any more time. The Mountain and Sea Academy is located in the White Stone Cave, the easternmost part of the Immortal Sect, a coastal city. Chen Mobai checked the route and booked a flight for tomorrow morning. The reason I didn't rush back today is because there's still someone here who needs to be comforted. Night. In the villa on the mountaintop, Chen Mobai, exhausted from his work, embraced Meng Huenger, who was covered in sweat, and told her about his business trip the next day. I see, when are you coming back? Meng Huenger seemed a little worried. Although she had gained some understanding of the critical point technique through 6 months of hard work, she had not yet mastered it completely. She was afraid that once Chen Mobai left, her progress would be stuck and all her efforts would be in vain. It's hard to say, it might be until the end of the year. According to the established schedule, the final round of the Purple Lightning Sword selection of its master will take place at the end of this year. Chen Mobai went there ahead of time, mainly to see what was going on with these 12 peerless sword geniuses. If it doesn't affect their final round, they might come back immediately, but they might also stay there for 6 months. How about I go with you? Meng Huenger thought for a moment. She only had 6 months left, so she gritted her teeth and leaned closer, wanting to stay with her good teacher, Chen Mobai, during this time. Well, okay, then you should book a ticket too. Chen Mobai instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing Meng Huenger's expectant yet worried eyes, he understood her thoughts. Considering that she was only 1 step away from mastering the critical technique, he finally nodded and decided to take her with him to see if they could complete the contract as soon as possible, thus saving them from long hours of hard work in the future. Upon hearing his words, Meng Huenger's previously worried expression instantly brightened. She smiled, smoothed the stray strands of hair on her fair cheek, and once again asked Chen Mobai for guidance on cultivation. We first met, I think, at the train station. After another perfect training session, Chen Mobai let out a long breath, stroked Meng Huinger beside him, who was forcibly holding back her trembling emotions and was now calming down, and began to talk about the past. "Didn't you say you saw my concert when you were in Danxia City?" Meng Huinger calmed herself down and asked Chen Mobai a question in return. "In Danxia City, although I was watching you from the audience the whole time, you probably didn't notice me, so it doesn't count as a formal meeting between the two of us," Chen Mobai said in a serious tone, and Meng Huinger nodded after hearing it, feeling that it made sense. "How about we take the train to the Mountain and Sea Academy?" After the two lingered for a while, Chen Mobai suddenly said something, and Meng Huinger looked up from his chest with a puzzled expression. "Here's the thing, you're currently cultivating the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, and you can basically endure it with your own willpower, but you're still lacking the final touch in the critical point method. I think it's time to need some more stimulating scenarios to raise your threshold." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Meng Huinger's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and her breathing became rapid. "Is this?" Instinctively wanting to refuse, Meng Huinger thought about it carefully again. In the past 6 months of hard training in the critical point method, she had gone from knowing nothing about it to having a basic understanding, which showed that the method was correct. Then I thought about how I only have 6 months left before graduation, and how much I've already put in so much effort. I can't just give up on the eve of my success. Moreover, her original plan in accompanying Chen Mobai to the Mountain and Sea Academy was to take advantage of this time to cultivate diligently and strive to master the critical technique as soon as possible. Is this feasible? Finally, Meng Huinger lowered her head and quietly expressed her agreement. "Don't worry, if you can endure it in that kind of environment, then all the difficulties of the critical method will be nothing to you." Chen Mobai said solemnly that he had been working hard to guide Meng Huinger's cultivation for the past 6 months, and he was a little tired. He had never been so attentive to his own disciple. Seeing that she still hadn't mastered the critical technique, Chen Mobai was very worried. What if she really failed to establish her foundation before graduation? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? If Meng Huinger doesn't want to serve in the military, will I have to repay her with my body? Thinking about all this, Chen Mobai felt it would be better to help Meng Huinger establish her foundation as soon as possible. So a few days ago, he secretly consulted Tian Wenguang, who told him about this method. Since one can endure in ordinary training environments, then one should change to a more challenging environment to train, gradually raising the threshold and training one's endurance until it is completely mastered. As for what kind of difficult environment to choose, Tian Wenguang let Chen Mobai think about it himself, saying that the best place would be one that would leave both of them with fond memories. Chen Mobai thought about it again and again, but still couldn't understand what he meant. It wasn't until after this training session that I suddenly thought of it. He and Meng Huinger only had a handful of places to meet, so he could just try them one by one. I'm heading out now, so the train is perfect. Then I'll book a ticket. Meng Huinger whispered something. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately canceled his plane ticket. "By the way, wear the same outfit we wore when we met at the train station tomorrow, so we can reminisce about the wonderful feeling we had back then." "What outfit? That was so long ago, how would I remember?" "It looked like a pale yellow, form-fitting dress. I remember it really accentuated your slender figure, along with those white high heels." That night, the man and woman in the bedroom suddenly had this conversation. Foundation establishment, cultivators, and students from the 4 major academies can enjoy free upgrades to first class on trains. Chen Mobai and Meng Huinger happen to meet the criteria. Because Meng Huinger is a big star, she needs to be extra careful when traveling. Sunglasses, hats, and scarves are essential. In order to avoid being discovered to be close to Chen Mobai, the two of them always board the car at different times. The first-class cabin on this train to the Shanghai Academy was a luxurious sleeper compartment for 2 people. To avoid suspicion, the two naturally each had their own room. But that evening, Meng Huinger, having changed her clothes, quietly slipped into Chen Mobai's private room. Cultivating in this environment is indeed much more difficult than in ordinary circumstances. However, in order to help Meng Huinger master the critical technique as soon as possible, Chen Mobai could only endure the hardship himself. Because the train was slow, and because the Beishi Cave, where the Mountain and Sea Academy was located, was on the far east side of the Immortal Gate, the two's journey lasted 4 days and 3 nights. As expected of an expert, Tian Wenguang helped Meng Huinger cultivate at a rapid pace in this special and difficult environment. On the last night, with her legs trembling as she wore white high heels, she suddenly had an epiphany. She truly grasped all the mysteries of the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, and thus also mastered the critical point technique. The profound mysteries of locking essence and blood, closing the Qi Gate, and opening and closing the Purple Palace were all clear to her in that instant. I finally understand, so that's how it is. In that instant of realization, Meng Huinger felt that all her hard work had paid off, and she couldn't help but shed tears, crying again. After comprehending the critical method, she no longer needed to endure it, and her slender legs, which had been trembling, suddenly went weak. In the rest room of the train station in Beishi Cave, Chen Mobai and Meng Huinger sat in 2 separate corners. When do you plan to begin foundation building? Although they were sitting on opposite sides, they were both relaxed and chatting on their phones. Although there are only 6 months left, and she may not be able to successfully establish her foundation before graduation, once she masters the critical technique, Meng Huinger, with her status, will definitely be able to apply for an extra year or 2. Since enrolling in the Dance Weapon Academy, the gloom that had shrouded her heart for 10 years has finally dissipated, and Meng Huinger feels an unprecedented joy in both body and mind. She felt that everything was so wonderful, the air was fresh, and the sun was shining brightly. At the same time, an impulse welled up inside him, wanting to buy a return ticket and immediately return to the Dance Weapon Academy to establish his foundation. However, she was still shrewd enough to know that doing so would seem a bit too opportunistic, so she decided to spend some time with Chen Mobai to properly express her gratitude. After returning to the academy, I'll give it a try. However, the 3 treasures for foundation establishment can only be exchanged at the end of the semester. I hope I can successfully establish my foundation before graduation. Using the critical method means having an unlimited number of opportunities to pause and try again, but to successfully build a foundation, one's own inherent qualities still need to meet the conditions. Elixirs can rapidly advance the foundation building process. Meng Huinger has already completed the first step of Yijin Zai Sui, but she has been failing at the second step of Ningqi Huiyi, though she is only 2 or 3 drops away from success. With the critical method in place, and with the aid of condensing liquid, it's estimated that after 1 or 2 attempts, it should be easy to overcome the hurdle. On the contrary, even with the critical method, the final astral projection may require many attempts to achieve complete success. However, with the help of the spirit ascending powder, and the fact that Meng Huinger's mysterious sound technique will attract the heavenly music of the great Tao when she establishes her foundation, it is only a matter of time before she passes this test. Let me see if I can help you snag a Qi condensation liquid and a spirit ascension powder on the Immortal Sects website. The White Stone Cave should also have cultivation rooms that provide 3rd-tier spiritual energy. If it's suitable, you can try foundation establishment here. With the critical method, since there is no need to fear failure, we don't need to worry too much about the location and conditions for foundation building. However, many cultivators have obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and the probability of breaking through is higher in familiar environments. Yeah, I'll try it myself. You've really worked hard these past few days. Meng Huinger was also thinking about successfully establishing her foundation as soon as possible, so she could give a good slap in the face to certain people in the Dance Weapon Academy and those media outlets in the entertainment industry who were constantly attacking her. However, she knew in her heart who was the biggest contributor to her mastery of the critical technique. Although many of the images in her mind were unbearable to recall, she still sincerely thanked Chen Mobai. I just did what I was supposed to do. When Chen Mobai said this, he breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, I won't have to work so hard anymore. It's unclear whether Meng Huinger lacks comprehension, or whether the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique cultivation method he figured out is unsuitable, but it actually took him half a year of hard work. If his apprentice couldn't learn a single technique in 6 months, Chen Mobai would definitely lose patience and stop teaching him. Hey, long time no see. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking of using his alternate account, Turtle Immortal, to check if any Foundation Establishment 3 treasures would be available on the Immortal Gate network in the near future, someone he never expected appeared in front of him. Pei Qingshuang's jet-black hair was tied into a cascading ponytail. Her oval face, free of makeup, was fair and clean. Paired with the dark green school uniform of the Mountain and Sea Academy, she looked refreshing and elegant. Why is it you? Chen Mobai stood up with some curiosity. Before coming, he had naturally contacted the Mountain and Sea Academy. Hao Cao was of such a status that he certainly wouldn't come to pick him up in person. He only said that someone would be arranged, and that he could contact that person if anything came up later. Ling Huxian is busy today, but I happen to be free. My status is also acceptable, so it's very appropriate for me to come and pick you up as the head of the Dance Weapon Academy. Ling Huxian was the top student at the Mountain and Sea Academy, so his coming to greet Chen Mobai was considered a sign of equal status. However, when Pei Qingshuang came to pick him up, she showed even more respect for Chen Mobai. Shall we leave now? As Chen Mobai spoke, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Meng Huinger in the corner, whose head was almost completely covered by sunglasses, a scarf, and a mask. If you haven't booked a room yourself, come with me. The accommodations our academy will arrange for you are almost equivalent to those of a golden core cultivator. Pei Qingshuang waved and then turned to walk outside. Find a hotel to stay in first, and I'll contact you later. Chen Mobai could only send this text message to Meng Huinger, who hesitated for a moment before replying with OK. Beishidangshan is located by the sea and is famous for producing a special kind of pure white stone. This white stone can be used as a whetstone and can also store special spiritual energy, making it very versatile. The predecessor of the Mountain and Sea Academy can be traced back to an ancient mountain villa that helped people sharpen swords. It was also engaged in the maintenance of precious swords. There were 13 stone swords in the villa, which were said to have been sharpened by the mountains in the past, making it a spectacular sight. After the immortal sects brought order to the world, they discovered that these were 13 naturally formed swords, containing the mysteries of heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers, capable of suppressing the boundless seas and preventing them from ever invading the land. The original Mountain and Sea Academy was founded by a group of cultivators from the immortal sect who were researching stone swords. They lived in the mountain villa, learning on their own and teaching others, which eventually led to the development of the most famous sword cultivation university in the immortal sect today. Is this Shiraishi? Chen Mobai got into a car with Pei Qingshuang. Seeing that he was a little bored along the way, Pei Qingshuang, who was driving, tossed him a piece of white jade-like stone that could be held in one hand. That's right. This time, the purple lightning sword is choosing its master. The preliminary selection stage requires sword cultivators from the immortal sects who are interested to inject a complete wisp of their sword energy into a white stone and mail it to our Mountain and Sea Academy. And we will select the white stones that meet the requirements and send them to the purple lightning sword for it to choose from. But all of this is just for show. We will only symbolically select a few lucky people from these auditions to make up the numbers and enter the final round with the 4 of you who are already chosen. In this final round, each person will have a day to spend with the purple lightning sword. Whoever resonates with this 4th-tier sword the most will become its master. And what about those 12 peerless sword geniuses who resonated with the purple lightning sword? While playing with the white stone, Chen Mobai asked about the matter he cared about most. As expected, you came early because of this too. Pei Qingshuang chuckled and stepped on the gas. Chen Mobai, sitting in the back seat, instantly felt a strong pushback sensation. They rushed into the high-speed flight zone, breaking free from the road's limitations, and flew towards the Mountain and Sea Academy, which stood atop the cliff. Oh, who else came over? Looking out the window at the rows of enormous stone swords of varying lengths, towering on the cliff as if commanded by gods in the heavens, Chen Mobai casually asked a question. You are the last of the four. Hearing Pei Qingshuang's words, Chen Mobai was speechless. It turned out that these golden core cultivators valued the purple lightning sword so much. You still haven't answered my question. I can only say that the 12 peerless sword geniuses were personally selected by the principal the day before yesterday, after he reviewed all the sword chi stones one by one. Pei Qingshuang said something that left Chen Mobai with a puzzled expression. Did Grandmaster Hao Cao personally inspect it? He must know that the purple lightning sword can only be chosen from among the four of them, so why would he do something so meaningless? Let alone 12 peerless sword geniuses. Even if there were 120, none of them could reverse the will of a nascent soul cultivator. No, Teacher Qi said that Master Chengshuan told them to remain silent about this matter. So it seems that Hao Cao had reported his actions to the relevant nascent soul cultivators beforehand. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai became even more confused about the matter. He then asked Pei Qingshuang if her mother, the Peach Blossom Immortal, might know the truth, but she smiled slightly and shook her head without saying a word. At this time, the two had already arrived at the Mountain and Sea Academy. This is on the hilt of a 1,000-foot-long stone sword. It is also the tallest and largest of the 13 stone swords in the White Stone Cave. After getting out of the car, Chen Mobai looked down at the surging sea not far away, and then looked back at the 13 stone swords of varying heights standing on the cliff. He couldn't help but marvel at their wonder. Such magnificent scenery truly needs to be seen in person to appreciate its grandeur and unparalleled beauty. Go see the headmaster first. Your place is in another stone sword. Pei Qingshuang led Chen Mobai toward the academy built on the hilt of a 1,000-foot sword. The three tallest Zhenhai 13 swords are 1,000 feet long. The next four are only 100 feet long. The next three are only 10 feet long, and the last three are barely a foot long. As Chen Mobai listened to Pei Qingshuang's description of the magnificent scenery of the Mountain and Sea Academy, he couldn't help but marvel at it. Actually, there were originally 14 stone swords, but one of them absorbed the essence of all the stone swords, shed its stone shell, and transformed into a supreme sword embryo. It was then refined into the Dinghai sword by your Dancing Weapon Academy's ancestor Yunya. Chen Mobai had heard Bian Jingchen say that the Dinghai sword was forged by the Wuqi Dao Academy, but he never expected that it was actually made by the founder himself, which made him marvel. May I pay my respects to the Dinghai sword? Sure, the Dinghai sword is sealed on the top floor of the sword tower. Since you're going to the purple lightning sword anyway, you can worship it together. In the immortal sects, 5th-tier magical artifacts are usually sealed away because they require too much spiritual energy to activate, and are kept in a state of being maintained by the minimum amount of spiritual energy needed to prevent them from dropping in rank. For this reason, high-level magical artifacts are a burden for immortal sects when they are without an owner. The Sword Tower of the Mountain and Sea Academy contains half of the flying swords of the immortal sects, and the myriad treasure cave of the Dance Weapon Academy contains tens of thousands of magical artifacts. These are difficult to support with the resources of the academies themselves, and most of them are funded by the immortal sects. Therefore, choosing a master for the Purple Lightning Sword can be considered as easing the burden on the immortal sects. As they spoke, the two arrived at a place where swords were being sharpened. A middle-aged man with short hair, no eyebrows, a bushy beard, and a square face was polishing a rusty longsword with a white stone. I have met the immortal Hao Cao. Chen Mobai had looked up Hao Cao's photo online and knew that he was the principal of the Mountain and Sea Academy, so he immediately greeted him respectfully. Where is your sword energy? Hao Cao seemed to be not good with words. After nodding, he directly asked a question that puzzled Chen Mobai. You will infuse your sword energy into the white stone and hand it over to your teacher. After all, to silence the world's gossip, the four of you also need to go through the preliminary selection process. Pei Qingshuang immediately spoke up to explain, which made Chen Mobai suddenly realize what was going on. No wonder they gave him a white stone. But just as he was about to infuse his sword energy, he encountered a problem. What's wrong? The one who asked the question was Pei Qingshuang. After Hao Cao asked for the sword energy, he had been sharpening his sword. I have mastered the 5 elements sword qi, but a single one is not enough for the purple lightning sword to judge my true level. Could you give me 4 more white stones? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Hao Cao finally stopped moving. He raised his head, looked at the handsome young man in front of him with his unique dark gray eyes and said something. The most skilled sword cultivators can infuse 14 complete sword energies into a piece of white stone without shattering it. Chen Mobai really didn't know this. Teacher, please don't make things difficult for him. I can only infuse 3 complete sword energies into the white stone. Pei Qingshuang spoke up to help Chen Mobai out of the predicament. If he wants to surpass the core formation realm with the foundation establishment realm and gain the approval of the purple lightning sword, then he must do this. After saying this, Hao Cao lowered his head again, picked up the white stone in his hand and continued to sharpen his sword. At this moment, Chen Mobai finally noticed that the white stone on which Hao Cao sharpened his sword exuded 9 different colors, yet they were all perfectly integrated within the small white stone, as if forming the most stable and steadfast sword formation within that fist-sized space. The sword light materialized. Chen Mobai was suddenly jolted, remembering what Zhu Gong had said before. Among those who forged their own path in the immortal sect beyond the creation of myriad laws through a single sword, there was Hao Cao, one of the 4 great sword masters of the immortal sect, who was on par with Nanggong Xuanyu. His reputation is indeed well-deserved. I'll give it a try. Chen Mobai nodded and began to concentrate on pouring his most refined crimson flame sword qi into the white stone. For a sword cultivator like him who had already reached the realm of sword light taking form, this was naturally an easy task. The selection threshold for the purple lightning sword to choose its master is the second realm of sword cultivation, sword qi transformation. To inject a complete sword aura into a white stone without causing cracks, one needs not only to master sword aura, but also to have an extremely high level of control over it. Even so, tens of thousands of white stones were sent to the Mountain and Sea Academy. Among them, Hao Cao selected 12 peerless sword geniuses. After Chen Mobai infused the crimson flame sword qi, he began to infuse the earth sword qi in the order of the 5 elements generation. However, his approach seemed to be flawed. The moment he infused the second sword qi, a crack suddenly appeared in the white stone in his palm, which then completely split in 2. Just try a few more times. There's still a long way to go before the final round. Pei Qingshuang seemed to have anticipated this scene. With a light laugh, she walked to a corner and brought over a basket of white stones. These were all the swords Hao Cao used to sharpen his sword. She brought them to Chen Mobai, but he only glanced at her before continuing to sharpen his sword. Is it necessary to inject the 5 elements of sword energy simultaneously to form a stable cycle inside the white stone? After failing once, Chen Mobai realized the key. That's right, but to squeeze 5 complete sword energies into this piece of white stone requires extremely high control over the sword energy. Generally, only core formation sword cultivators can do it. Pei Qingshuang is a pure sword cultivator who has loved sword dancing since childhood. As a result, she was sent to the Mountain and Sea Academy by Master Peach Blossom. She studies hard every day and has a thorough understanding of sword cultivation knowledge. After hearing her words, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then activated his 5 elements sword finger, using the realm of sword light transformation to urge the 5 most subtle strands of sword energy, carefully injecting them into the white stone. At first it was fine, but the white stone had a limited capacity. Chen Mobai could only inject about 1/3 of his sword energy into it before it was completely filled. Then, with a crack, it exploded completely, turning into a pile of stone dust. Do you need compression? After failing twice, Chen Mobai summarized his experience, picked up another white stone, and was about to try again. He must be tired from his long journey. Take him downstairs to rest. Hao Cao was getting a little impatient. He usually purified his sword heart by sharpening his sword, and he was most afraid of being disturbed at this time. If Chen Mobai didn't have a powerful background, he would have kicked them out long ago. Even so, after two such instances, he couldn't hold back any longer. Okay, teacher. Pei Qingshuang knew her teacher's personality well and felt that she hadn't explained things clearly on the way. After pulling Chen Mobai aside, she picked up the basket of white stones and said goodbye. I'll do it. After leaving Hao Cao's sword-sharpening room, Chen Mobai took the basket of white stones from Pei Qingshuang's arms and thanked her. It's nothing. I think highly of you. At least if you are the master of the purple lightning sword, I won't object. Pei Qingshuang's straightforward personality left Chen Mobai somewhat at a loss for what to do. End of this chapter. Chapter 418, The Reincarnation of White Light. Chapter 418, The Reincarnation of White Light. Chen Mobai's residence was on another 1,000-foot stone sword. For a Taoist academy, this was indeed a very luxurious room, with a single bedroom, a balcony, and a living room. Pei Qingshuang brought him there and then left. Chen Mobai picked up a white stone and thoughtfully began to try to infuse it with sword energy. This time, he did not pursue the 5-element sword qi, but only infused it with his most proficient crimson flame sword qi. Although he hadn't paid much attention to the sword talisman technique of the Divine Wood sect, thanks to the empowerment from the Great Tao Tree, his swordsmanship level was already there, so it could be said that he had grasped the essence and entered the inner sanctum. Under the control of his 7th-level foundation establishment Divine Sense, a complete crimson sword aura was quickly and perfectly injected into the white stone in his palm. The stone, which was originally as white as jade, now resembled fire jade, shimmering with a faint, warm red and yellow hue. Then Chen Mobai picked up 4 white stones and infused them with the remaining 4 lines of sword energy. Each one was a success. Just as he was about to try to inject the 2 sword energies into the white stone, Meng Huinger sent him a message. I've already checked into the hotel. Do you want to come over? You've just mastered the critical technique and need to consolidate it further, so I won't bother you any longer. Chen Mobai had finally guided Meng Huinger to master the skill, and he was afraid that she might regress if he wasn't careful. Therefore, he wisely declined the invitation. Okay, I'll be cultivating at the hotel for the next few days. If you'd like to come over, please let me know in advance. Seeing Meng Huinger's ambition, Chen Mobai was very pleased, feeling that his painstaking guidance over the past 6 months had not been in vain. After ending the chat, Chen Mobai became distracted and tried to multitask. While playing with the white stone in his hand, trying to infuse it with more sword energy, he logged onto the Immortal sect network to see if any Foundation Establishment 3 treasures would be available for sale next. With his high level of authority, he easily found the Qi condensation liquid and spirit ascension powder needed for Meng Huinger's Foundation Establishment. After memorizing the exact release time, Chen Mobai set an alarm for himself on his phone. After finishing that task, he began to concentrate on working with the white stone in his hands. However, after many failed attempts, Chen Mobai realized that his idea seemed to be wrong. The key to injecting multiple sword energies into the stone without shattering it is not compression. Because each white stone can only hold so much spiritual energy, meaning each white stone can only hold 1 sword aura. So how did Hao Cao manage to inject 9 sword energies without shattering the stone? Chen Mobai has one advantage. When he can't figure something out, he won't get stuck on it. Instead, he'll ask for help or search for answers online. He opened the Cultivation Aid app on his phone and began searching for content related to Baishi. However, since the white stone is a specialty of the Mountain and Sea Academy and is used as a tool to train sword qi control, there are not many related posts. After reading through all the limited posts, Chen Mobai had a general understanding of them. A standard white stone can indeed only be infused with one sword aura, but if one wants to demonstrate their swordsmanship skills, they can infuse a second sword aura to cover the first one. To put it simply, it's like formatting. When the second sword energy was injected and covered the first, it gave Bai Shi the illusion that his interior had been emptied and there was still room to accommodate it. However, in actual operation, Shiraishi still only has one sword aura inside his internal space, so he needs to use the injected sword aura to cover and merge the previous one. The two sword energies merged into one, but it possessed all the characteristics of both sword energies. This is also the training method of the 13 Swords of the Heavenly Sea of the Mountain and Sea Academy. When Chen Mobai was in Dangxia City, he fought a fierce battle with Yan Feng. The latter's Heavenly Sea Sword Qi became more and more powerful with each strike, because each strike possessed all the characteristics of the previous one, and was even more powerful and majestic. Thinking of Yan Feng, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that he was studying at the Mountain and Sea Academy. It's a pity that I don't have Yan Feng's contact information. After all, the two were rivals back then, and there was no mutual respect between them after the fight. However, it's not impossible to make contact. After all, Chen Mobai is now considered one of the upper echelons of Dangxia City, and Yan Feng's great-uncle is also a foundation establishment cultivator. Through Qin Beipeng or Shi Qijin, we can surely manage to get in touch with him. But Chen Mobai is someone who dislikes trouble, and he certainly wouldn't go through such roundabout ways for Yan Feng's sake. He thought about it and decided to ask Pei Qingshuang for advice. I didn't expect that you would have grasped this level of understanding in just one night. The next morning, Pei Qingshuang, who had come to show Chen Mobai around the Mountain and Sea Academy, was slightly surprised when she heard the former's question. After researching some information online and combining it with practical experience, I roughly understood it. Chen Mobai was just telling the truth, but Pei Qingshuang felt that he was being modest. After all, the person in front of her was an unparalleled sword genius who had mastered the art of transforming sword light into form. I cultivate the Azure Sky Sword Manual, which is the technique of the former master of the Azure Frost Sword, Master Qingjing. My mother slightly revised it to make it more suitable for my spiritual root and physique. This sword technique is different from the 13 swords of heaven and sea. Let me demonstrate my sword energy to you. As Pei Qingshuang spoke, she picked up a white stone, then formed a sword shape with her other hand and gently guided the first sword energy into it. Chen Mobai activated his void insight eye, carefully observing the infusion of the second sword energy. The sword energy was like a drop of dye. After falling into the white stone, it quickly stained and transformed the first sword energy, but still retained all the characteristics of the first sword energy. When the third Azure Sky Sword Qi was injected, Chen Mobai saw that the sword Qi already contained 3 layers of force, and these 3 layers of force were like the ever-changing azure sky, starting with only flowing clouds, then drizzling rain, and finally ice and snow. So that's how it is. Within a single sword aura, multiple variations can evolve, and all variations can be accommodated. This truly tests one's control over sword aura. After watching Pei Qingshuang's demonstration, Chen Mobai understood the secret to infusing various sword energies into the white stone. The resonance system of the purple lightning sword was created by our Mountain and Sea Academy. The changes in sword energy within the white stone range from 1 to 10, accounting for nearly half of the total. Add to that the auxiliary conditions such as lightning magic, spiritual root, and sword Dao realm, and you get a resonance level from 0 to 100%. Our Mountain and Sea Academy's true man Ryuan Zixu cultivates the 10,000 Rivers Sword Manual and can infuse 5 sword energies into a white stone. Just the day before yesterday, he went to the sword tower to test the resonance with the purple lightning sword, and it reached 32%. Also, Huo Ziking, a master from the 5 Thunder Academy, can only inject 3 sword energies into the white stone. But because his purple thunder technique perfectly matches the other conditions, the resonance rate is as high as 39%. After listening to Pei Qingshuang's words, Chen Mobai finally understood why Hao Cao said that if he wanted to obtain the purple lightning sword, he would at least need to infuse 5 sword energies into the white stone. Because if we don't do this, we won't be able to compete with these 2 golden core cultivators in the final round. Whereas Lady Yan Qiangji. Chen Mobai then thought of this newly promoted golden core cultivator, who was as famous as Lan Haitian, but had always kept a low profile and only diligently cultivated in the Natural Academy. A resonance level of 16% is considered average. Pei Qingshuang didn't hide anything and told him everything she knew. It seems that the Natural Academy has abandoned the purple lightning sword. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel slightly puzzled. If they were going to give up, why did they have to change the person at the last minute? Who told you to give up? The resonance system is just a data analysis model created by our Mountain and Sea Academy. In the end, the choice is still made by the purple lightning sword itself. Sister Yan has received guidance from the Cloud Sea Elder. If she is willing to pay some price, she is very likely to become the final winner. Pei Qingshuang shook her head and said something that greatly surprised Chen Mobai. Since this resonance level cannot determine the final sword wielder, why should I waste my time on this white stone? In theory, the person with the highest resonance is the best match for the purple lightning sword. Our school motto has always been to find the most suitable sword master for every sword. Pei Qingshuang gave a very respectable reason. But Chen Mobai understood the implied meaning in her words. What conditions would make the purple lightning sword disregard the level of resonance and make a direct choice? Sister Yan should know. Pei Qingshuang didn't know whether she couldn't answer or didn't know, so she didn't directly answer Chen Mobai's question, but she reminded him who he should ask. Before long, the two arrived at Yan Qiangji's residence. She and Chen Mobai were on the same 1,000-foot stone sword, but because of their different genders, they were separated on opposite sides of the hill. Congratulations to Master Yan on achieving the core formation. The immortal sects have many etiquette rules for newly promoted core formation cultivators. Chen Mobai chose the ancient etiquette of the Dance Weapon Academy, while Yan Qiangji smiled and stood up to return the greeting. With your talent, you'll be one of us sooner or later. Although Yan Qiangji had already formed her core, she remained gentle and kind. After gesturing for Chen Mobai and Pei Qingshuang to sit down, she waved her hand and took out a tea set from the void. Is this the Golden Core realm? Chen Mobai glanced at her actions, noticing that it was indeed more convenient than taking things out of a storage bag. Moreover, if what is drawn is a magical artifact, it is impossible to defend against. Just as Chen Mobai's thoughts were wandering, Yan Qiangji pointed a finger, and water droplets condensed into fragrant tea, which landed in front of the 3 of them. I wonder if I can cultivate this golden core realm. Chen Mobai, who wanted to ask about the purple lightning sword, saw the golden core realm and thought it was a good starting point, so he asked about it first. I think it's difficult. I haven't even mastered this skill. Pei Qingshuang, on the other hand, spoke first. She had already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment and hadn't needed to queue up when she applied to use the Gate of Boundaries. Master Peach Blossom personally came to protect her. Even so, Pei Qingshuang still failed to open up the Golden Core realm when she reached the foundation establishment stage. I was just lucky. If I had to try again, I might not be able to succeed. Yan Qiangji spoke very modestly, but she then went on to share some of her experiences in opening up her Golden Core realm. Sensing the power of the void is the threshold. If you can't even take this step, even if you are given a year to use the boundary gate alone, it will be of no use. After the gate shatters the vacuum, the realm is formed. You need to use your powerful divine sense to absorb the void power you feel and open up a weak domain. This step depends on the strength of your divine sense. I was fortunate enough to comprehend the 3rd-order freezing power before, which helped with this step. After listening to Yan Qiangji's instruction, Chen Mobai respectfully stood up to thank her, but she simply smiled gently and gestured for him to sit down. The Golden Core realm is actually just 3 steps: sensing, condensing, and opening. It can be difficult or simple, depending on whether you can do it yourself. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingshuang grimaced in empathy, as she herself had failed in the crucial step of absorbing sufficient void power. This was also the first time she felt powerless. I just can't do it. Thank you for your guidance, Master Yan. I actually came here today to ask you about the purple lightning sword. After thanking him again, Chen Mobai got down to business. The matter of the purple lightning sword choosing its master was brought about by the combined efforts of Master Chengshuan of the Dance Weapon Academy and Master Yunhai of the Natural Academy. Therefore, nominally speaking, they can also be considered companions. Because I have just formed my core and do not yet have my own natal magic weapon, Master Yu Shiling gave me this opportunity. However, my Chuanbing technique and the purple lightning sword are not very compatible. In fact, I only intended to take the purple lightning sword back to enshrine it. Oh, what do you mean? How can I bring the purple lightning sword back? Chen Mobai humbly asked for advice again, but Yan Qiangzhi's clear and gentle gaze turned to Pei Qingshuang, who was drinking tea on the side, and she asked another question. Those 12 peerless sword geniuses who suddenly appeared must be part of a bewitching array, right? Hey, did the person from Yunhai tell you? Pei Qingshuang indeed knew the truth. Upon hearing Yan Qiangzhi's question, she put down her teacup in slight surprise. The principal only told me not to force it. I see. After hearing this, Pei Qingshuang muttered to herself. He then gestured for the two to come closer and quietly told them the truth. Someone infused 14 sword energies into a white stone that was sent during the preliminary selection stage, which startled the teachers in charge of the selection at our Mountain and Sea Academy. You should know that even Teacher Hao Cao only has 9 sword energies. After that, Master Hao Cao took the white stone to see the master of the Zhengfa Hall. Venerable Chengshuan, Venerable Yunhai, and my mother, Venerable Taohua, were also invited over. After Teacher Hao Cao returned, he personally inspected all the white stones that had been sent. He selected 12 white stones in order to conceal the peerless genius with 14 sword energies. After hearing this, the two looked at each other in bewilderment. 14 sword energies, what kind of monster is this? Chen Mobai gasped. Monster, watch your mouth, that's the reincarnation of the white light ancestor. Pei Qingshuang rolled her eyes at him and told him the truth. End of this chapter. Chapter 419, Taking the Blame. Chapter 419, Taking the Blame. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only him, but even the usually gentle and quiet Yan Qiangzhi couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her cherry lips in surprise after hearing the truth revealed by Pei Qingshuang, completely losing her composure. This event clearly had a huge impact on them. What does it mean to be the reincarnation of the white light ancestor? Could it be that the ancestor has already passed away? After a long while, Chen Mobai swallowed and asked a question. I don't know. I asked my mother about this, but she didn't tell me either. However, I'm certain that this genius who was able to infuse 14 sword energies into the white stone is the reincarnation of the white light ancestor. As for why I'm so sure, it's because even nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects can't do this. Then why are we still arguing? Why don't we just give the purple lightning sword to Ancestor White Light? Chen Mobai said with a wry smile. Who in the entire immortal sect dares to compete with the nascent soul ancestor? Don't worry, Teacher Hao Cao has already eliminated Ancestor Bai Guang. However, just in case, he still created 12 peerless sword geniuses to create a false impression, just to cover up Ancestor Bai Guang's reincarnation. Pei Qingshuang revealed another secret. After hearing this, Chen Mobai and Yan Qiangzhi looked at each other and swallowed hard. Isn't Principal Hao Cao afraid of being blamed by Ancestor Bai Guang for doing this? The reincarnation of the ancestor is unaware that he is the white light ancestor. It seems that the ancestor was just playing around in the mortal world, or it was a way of cultivating. He is currently just an ordinary qi refining cultivator, still struggling to reach the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, with the pressure from the master of the righteous Dharma Hall and several other venerable ones, teacher Hao Cao can only take the blame. Hearing Pei Qingshuang's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel sorry for Hao Cao. No wonder he seemed to be in a bad mood when he went to see him yesterday, and he kept sharpening his sword. The elimination of the reincarnation of the nascent soul ancestor for no reason, although it was ordered by several nascent soul elders, will surely be remembered by the white light ancestor if he finds out in the future because of this conspiracy. Even if he reaches the nascent soul stage, his future is likely bleak. But this is your boss making you take the blame. In other words, in the end, the purple lightning sword still depends on the four of you. After Pei Qingshuang finished speaking, Chen Mobai felt a little relieved. Cuyer, you are a teacher at the Mountain and Sea Academy. You should have already guessed how our natural academy wants to retrieve the purple lightning sword. With a slight smile, Yan Qiangji brought up the question Chen Mobai had asked earlier, and Pei Qingshuang nodded in agreement. If Yuan Zixiu becomes the master of the purple lightning sword, he will definitely not give up the 10,000 Rivers sword manual that he has cultivated for hundreds of years. Therefore, the purple lightning sword will need to adapt to him. Even if man and sword become one in the end, the spirituality of the purple lightning sword will be greatly diminished. Only after Yuan Zixiu forms his nascent soul can the purple lightning sword possibly recover. Huo Ziking's purple lightning technique is perfectly compatible with the purple lightning sword, but he is not a sword cultivator. He wants to use the spiritual weapon simulation technique to absorb the essence of the purple lightning sword for his own use. Although this will bind the cultivator to the sword, it is unknown whether the purple lightning sword is willing to take this gamble. Sister Yan, if you were to tell the purple lightning sword that choosing you as its master would not require sacrificing its spirituality or offering its essence, but simply relocating its worship, then, in a situation where a choice of sword wielder must be made, the purple lightning sword might disregard the resonance and choose your natural academy. Pei Qingshuang shared her guess. Although fourth-order swords are rare in the immortal sects, since there has been no war for many years, the cultivators here mainly focus on improving their own cultivation level and extending their lifespan. Even if a core formation cultivator desperately needs the purple lightning sword, they would not damage their foundation for the sake of this weapon. Yuan Zixiu will not change his cultivation method to match the purple lightning sword. Huo Ziking wants the purple lightning sword because he can use the spiritual weapon cultivation technique to enhance his own power as well as the power of this fourth-tier sword. If the two core formation cultivators were to become the sword masters, the purple lightning sword would have to make many sacrifices at the beginning. The only hope after making this sacrifice is that the sword master can successfully form a nascent soul. If it fails, the grade of the purple lightning sword will drop, and it may even be no longer at the 4th grade. In comparison, if Yan Qiangji is chosen, then although she is the sword master, she will not require the sword and the purple lightning sword to become one, and this 4th-order sword will not have the risk of falling. It's like the place for training swords has simply changed from the Mountain and Sea Academy to the Nature Academy. After listening to the two women's words, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. The selection of a master for the purple lightning sword was essentially a job interview. This means that 3 companies offered to raise the price of the purple lightning sword. Yuan Zixiu's condition is that you, purple lightning sword, follow me. Although the current conditions are a bit tough, and the skills you originally had are not very useful, and you still need to learn the Myriad Rivers sword manual to adapt to me, the future is bright. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, you will be an even more versatile 4th-tier sword. Huo Ziking's conditions were that you would be a perfect match for the purple lightning sword and could quickly master it by following him. The only problem was that the company was currently in a slump and you would have to work for free and contribute your own savings to the company. However, the future prospects were bright. Once I reached the nascent soul stage, you would be able to unleash your full power. Yan Qiangji's offer was the best for Zai Dianjian. As long as he came, he'd be provided with food and lodging and wouldn't have to work. The downside was that there was no future in his career. His life would just be like that. So this is about whether Purple Lightning Sword wants a future or to give up. Chen Mobai gave a conclusion with a look of sudden realization. The two women initially found it a bit strange, but they quickly realized that the summary was excellent and exactly what it meant. What conditions have you prepared? Pei Qingshuang asked Chen Mobai a question, and the latter was still a little confused. After thinking about his own advantages, he realized that this matter might be relatively simple. Just offer higher compensation. My cultivation level is similar to that of Master Yan, but I am merely a foundation establishment cultivator, so I doubt the Purple Lightning Sword would even notice me. On the surface, Chen Mobai said with self-deprecation that although he was considered the second Lan Haitian, he would only ever be a foundation establishment cultivator until he passed the core formation stage. Compared to the other three core formation cultivators, at least they all have the hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. Even with his exceptional talent, he would need to wait at least another 60 years for the Purple Lightning Sword to form his core. Once a sword has chosen its master, the immortal sect will no longer provide even the minimum required spirit stones and spiritual energy. The Purple Lightning Sword might even fall out of rank if it follows a foundation establishment cultivator for 60 years. Moreover, any ritual implement has a limited lifespan after it is cast. Because within the immortal sects, there are only a handful of materials of the eternal level. The rest, no matter how precious, will decay after the passage of time. For this reason, every so often, the Wanbao Cave selects magical artifacts that are about to expire and uses them to refine into talismans and magical implements, so as to give full play to their final value. Although the Purple Lightning Sword is a fourth-tier sword, theoretically, it can remain stable for thousands of years under conditions of sufficient spiritual energy. The problem is that there isn't enough spiritual energy, so the immortal sects will definitely prioritize supplying them with treasures of the 5th rank and above. The Mountain and Sea Academy's annual budget is mostly consumed by the Dinghai Sword, leaving only enough for the Purple Lightning Sword to maintain a minimum level of operation. I wonder if the Purple Lightning Sword likes spirit stones. Thinking of this, the idea flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. On the other side, Pei Qingshuang had already begun to seek advice from Yan Qiangji on her experience in forming the Golden Core. The latter was very thorough, not only playing a video clip of her own Golden Core formation process on the spot, but also taking the initiative to explain the subtle changes in her body's essence, energy, and spirit at that time. Chen Mobai was also watching with great interest. Yan Qiangji formed her core at Jumeng Dao Academy, which is home to the most powerful water vein in the immortal sect. After the offline exchange meeting at the academy, she borrowed a cultivation room with high-grade 4th-level spiritual energy to begin forming her core. This was largely thanks to Wenren Zuwei and Pei Qingshuang's influence. Otherwise, given her foundation establishment cultivation at the time, she could probably only apply for a 4th-grade low-level room at most. Yan Qiangji's process of forming her core lasted a full year. She did not take the water element core at the beginning, but instead slowly improved her spiritual power and divine sense, starting the process of forming her core without any spiritual materials for it. She successfully triggered the event, but lacked the necessary foundation to overcome this hurdle on her own. But this year of experimentation allowed her body to begin adapting to the rhythm of core formation. Therefore, after taking the water essence golden elixir, success came naturally. This is only true for the immortal sect. If it were the eastern wilderness, the heavenly tribulation that lasted for a year would probably be enough to disturb their minds, let alone concentrate on forming their core. Yan Qiangji shared her successful experience. She possessed a freezing technique that could delay the condensation of spiritual energy at crucial moments. It was precisely by using this technique to delay the process of forming the core that she had the opportunity to try and hone her skills more, laying the foundation for her eventual success. After listening, Chen Mobai asked about the freezing technique. Yan Qiangji did not hide anything, but this was a powerful spell that only cultivators with ice spirit roots could cast, and that required the cultivation of the profound ice technique. Although Pei Qingshuang also possessed the golden water true spirit root, she did not transform it into the ice spirit root in order to cultivate the azure sky sword manual. Chen Mobai, needless to say, was based on the pure yang scripture, which clashed even more with this freezing technique. However, both of them still asked Yan Qiangji for the freezing technique, even if they couldn't master it, just to see it. The immortal sect has many techniques that can help with core formation. You should focus your efforts on techniques that are compatible with your own cultivation methods and spiritual roots, and not waste too much energy on my freezing technique. After sending the electronic version to the two of them, Yan Qiangji added a final instruction. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Mobai and Pei Qingshuang said their goodbyes and left. Before leaving, Chen Mobai asked about Yan Bingshuan's situation. After all, his old classmate only had a year and a half left. If she didn't reach the foundation establishment stage soon, given her personality, she would definitely have to serve in the military. After I advanced to the core formation stage, my access to the immortal sect network was greatly enhanced, and I have already helped Xuaner reserve a bottle of snow elf water. Level 3 users of Xianmen Com have a powerful privilege. They can select one item released by the official Xianmen website each month and pre-order it for themselves before it goes on sale. After Yan Qiangji advanced to the core formation stage, this authority could be used to pre-prepare snow elf water. I heard her say that water mist and ice crystals are also useful for her foundation establishment. Chen Mobai still cared about Yan de Marin and kept in mind the two foundation establishment spiritual items that were useful to her. The water mist ice crystal is not in stock at the official immortal sect. If I were to refine it myself in the two extremes cave heaven sea, it would take me several years, which would be too late for her to graduate. Now I can only hope that she can successfully establish her foundation with the help of the 3 foundation establishment treasures and the snow elf water. Yan Qiangji also sighed and said that if water mist ice crystals were to be artificially synthesized to the 2nd rank or higher, it would be necessary to go to the deep sea ice region at the 2 poles of the Earth origin star to refine the extremely cold water essence and condense it. With only a year and a half left before graduation, Yan Bingshuan simply didn't have enough time. Chen Mobai made a mental note of this, thinking that after returning to the Shenmu sect, he would ask his eldest disciple Liu Wenbai, who was developing the market in the snow country. I've told you all the information about the purple lightning sword, so don't disappoint me. After leaving Yan Qiangji's residence, Chen Mobai and Pei Qingshuang were flying along the road when they suddenly heard the latter say something like this. Do you really want me to become the master of the purple lightning sword? After all, the story of purple lightning and azure frost is too famous. I'm already the sword master of azure frost sword, so I will definitely be pulled by the immortal sects to discuss with the sword master of purple lightning sword. The others are all core formation true persons. If I were to be compared with them, the pressure would be too great. Pei Qingshuang gave a reason, and Chen Mobai glanced at her in surprise. Compared to you, shouldn't a core formation cultivator be under more pressure? After reaching the core formation stage, one is already in the upper echelons of the immortal sect, a counselor in the Kaiyuan Hall, nominally the administrator of the immortal sect. These people all have the potential to advance further, and they will not feel pressured because I am the daughter of Master Peach Blossom. Pei Qingshuang explained to Chen Mobai in a serious tone, and the latter smiled. I'll try my best, but what if I become the master of the purple lightning sword and achieve core formation before you? Wouldn't that put even more pressure on you? There is absolutely no such possibility. Pei Qingshuang shook her head confidently. The 60-year limit on core formation elixirs set by the immortal sect was there, so she would definitely form her core earlier than Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai didn't mention the possibility that she might fail to form her core, as that would be a bit too tactless. He had no intention of obtaining any core formation spiritual items from the immortal sects. I'm leaving, call me if you need anything. Bai she still needs to work harder, resonance is still useful for the purple lightning sword. The two had already flown to the middle of the sword hilt, and beyond that was Chen Mobai's residence. Pei Qingshuang didn't see them off to the end, but took her leave there. Yes, after your demonstration, I know the trick. 5 sword energies should be no problem. Chen Mobai said casually, some problems are just that simple. Once you break through that barrier, everything becomes clear. What I like about you is your confident tone. Pei Qingshuang left those words behind and flew away satisfied. End of this chapter. Chapter 420 Sword Tower. Chapter 420 Sword Tower. Half a month later, Chen Mobai looked at the white stone shimmering with 5-colored light in his palm and nodded in satisfaction. With his exceptional skill in transforming sword light into form, once he knew the trick, and after a period of exploration, he was naturally able to infuse all 5 elements of sword energy into a piece of white stone. Once it was finished, given Chen Mobai's personality, he would definitely send it to Hao Cao immediately. Of course, he didn't forget to invite Pei Qingshuang as well, since he was able to do this thanks to her unreserved teaching. Have you considered specializing in swordsmanship? After examining the white stone infused with the 5-element sword qi, Hao Cao nodded slightly and then asked Chen Mobai a question. I have been practicing swordsmanship, but besides swordsmanship, I also don't want to give up talismans and puppets. Chen Mobai knew exactly how he had achieved his current level of swordsmanship. If he were to truly specialize in swordsmanship, he would likely be exposed very quickly. Therefore, he gave the answer that a genius should have. He wanted everything. Human energy is limited. Only by focusing and specializing can one reach the pinnacle. This was also the first time Hao Cao had ever seen such a peerless sword genius as Chen Mobai. He wanted to try harder to see if he could guide him onto the right path of swordsmanship. That being said, I haven't felt the limit of my energy yet. If I feel strained one day in the future, I might give up the other 2 and focus on swordsmanship. Chen Mobai knew that Hao Cao pitied his extraordinary talent of being able to transform sword light into form as soon as he reached the foundation establishment stage, so he was very polite in his words. All right, you can handle it yourself. However, the major bottleneck of forming the core formation and nascent soul formation can take a long time. You have exceptional talent, so it's only right that you learn other cultivation skills in addition to swordsmanship. Hao Cao himself is a 3rd-tier weapon refiner, having studied at the Wuqi Dao Academy. If the immortal sect hadn't had no opportunity to forge 4th-tier swords in the last 100 years, he might have already obtained a 4th-tier professional certificate. Teacher, should we go to the purple lightning sword to test the resonance? At this moment, Pei Qingshuang spoke up to remind him. During the preliminary selection phase, this step was handled by the teachers of the Mountain and Sea Academy, and Pei Qingshuang was one of them. However, after the appearance of Bai Shi, who possessed 14 sword energies from the White Light ancestor, Hao Cao had no choice but to personally step out of seclusion to oversee the matter. Come with me. After saying this, Hao Cao waved his sleeves and led them toward the last 1,000-foot stone sword. This is the world-famous sword tower of the Mountain and Sea Academy. It houses more than half of the top flying swords from the immortal sect. The sword tower has 5 floors, each categorized according to the grade of the flying swords. The first layer consists of 1st-tier swords, numbering in the tens of thousands, but only 1/5 of these were forged by the Mountain and Sea Academy itself. The rest were flying swords sent to them by sword cultivators from various immortal sects after they passed away, hoping that the Mountain and Sea Academy could help them find suitable successors. Because there are simply too many 1st-tier flying swords, the Mountain and Sea Academy has stopped accepting 1st-tier flying swords from the public for the past century. The 1st-tier flying swords that remain in the sword tower are basically the best of the 1st tier. The 5th floor is where the Dinghai sword is located. The purple lightning sword is on the 4th floor. Chen Mobai followed Hao Cao up the stairs, 1 floor at a time, starting from the bottom. It seemed there were rules within the sword tower that prohibited flying, and during the ascent, Chen Mobai also witnessed one strangely shaped flying sword after another. The 1st floor of the sword tower was completely full. The vast space, which was more than 10 meters high, was filled with rows and rows of flying swords. Some of them were marked, indicating that they had been reserved and would be picked up soon. Every month, the Mountain and Sea Academy selects more than 10 first-tier flying swords and 1 second-tier flying sword from the Sword Tower, and lists them on its flagship store on the Immortal Gate network for sale at a very low merit price. For them, helping the flying sword find a suitable master is more meaningful than earning good deeds. A first-tier flying sword costs 10,000 merit points, while a second-tier flying sword only costs 100,000. It should be noted that Chen Mobai spent nearly tens of thousands of merit points to purchase Luan Jingsheng's 5 transformations umbrella. The worst flying sword taken from the Sword Tower of the Mountain and Sea Academy far surpasses the original version of the 5 transformations umbrella. When I was a child, I dreamed of having a flying sword, but unfortunately I never managed to get the chance. Chen Mobai was talking to Pei Qingshuang beside him. As the most fashionable cultivation profession, sword cultivators have always been the most popular among immortal sects. Who wouldn't want to own a flying sword? Chen Mobai's ultimate goal in saving money was to accumulate 10,000 merit points to buy a flying sword. My dream was the same when I was a child. I had saved up enough merit to buy a second-tier flying sword, but I never managed to get the qualification, so I came here to attend university. Students of the Mountain and Sea Academy can receive a flying sword for free as long as they enroll. I saved this opportunity and gained the recognition of the Azure Frost Sword after I reached the foundation establishment stage. As Pei Qingshuang spoke, she proudly patted the sword at her waist, while Chen Mobai simply smiled and remained silent. He didn't really approve of her lifestyle as a second-generation rich kid. The difficulty she faced in obtaining the Azure Frost Sword was incomparable to his. The second floor of the Sword Tower was almost completely filled with about 1,000 flying swords, all of which were top-quality second-tier swords. In a fleeting glance, Chen Mobai saw that the quality of more than a dozen flying swords was even better than his own flying sparrow hairpin. They soon arrived at the third floor. Chen Mobai opened his eyes wide, wanting to see just how many third-tier flying swords were inside the Sword Tower. Unfortunately, the third-tier flying swords are not very mobile and are not directly suspended in the air like the 2 floors below. Instead, they are all sealed in sword boxes, sword pouches, or sword bags. Chen Mobai counted them carefully. There were 37 in total. I just don't know if there's anything in this sword box or sword pouch, or if it's empty. He asked Pei Qingshuang beside him, and she shook her head, saying that the Sword Tower's upper floors were all personally managed and nurtured by Hao Cao. Pei Qingshuang spent quite a bit of time on the 4th floor, and when she got bored, she thought about opening the other sword boxes to take a look, but unfortunately she couldn't open them. Each sword case has a special opening incantation. She was only able to open the case of the Azure Frost Sword at the time. As they talked, they finally arrived at the 4th floor. Chen Mobai looked at the 4 sword boxes and 2 sword pouches suspended in midair above the wall and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Inside the Sword Tower, there are actually 6 4th-tier swords. That sword case used to contain my Azure Frost Sword, but it's empty now. Pei Qingshuang pointed to one of the dark blue sword boxes covered with frost patterns and said to Chen Mobai, "So does that mean there are only 5 4th-tier swords here?" However, it's also possible that more than one sword box is empty. Perhaps only the purple lightning sword remains. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, Hao Cao had already walked to a deep purple sword box, then formed a sword incantation with both hands and performed a simple hand seal to open the box. A long sword, about 1.2 meters long and gleaming with purple light, appeared in Chen Mobai's eyes. However, what attracted his attention the most was a spirit stone next to the purple lightning sword. Strands of pure spiritual energy were continuously flowing into the sword, seemingly nourishing it. Not knowing what grade of spirit stone it was, Chen Mobai didn't dare to use his divine sense to investigate, but Pei Qingshuang definitely knew, so he asked. "These are high-grade spirit stones provided by the immortal sect. One high-grade spirit stone can sustain the purple lightning sword for 10 years. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt much more at ease and began to admire the fourth-tier sword. The sword has a simple design, with a round handle and cloud-patterned guard, and a long and narrow blade. The blade has 8 sides, curved twice, straight and upright, simple and unadorned yet exuding a dignified and majestic feeling. Hao Cao placed the white stone next to the purple lightning sword, then entered a string of code on the screen inside the sword case, and the purple lightning sword flashed. Resonance level 25%. Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a little curious when he saw the numbers displayed on the screen. This was similar to his experience when he first used the formless puppet at the Dance Weapon Academy. Bai Shi's sword energy accounts for half of the resonance, but when I set it up, I only set 10 sword energies as the maximum score, so your 5 sword energies account for 25%. The remaining 50% includes lightning magic, swordsmanship, spiritual roots, and so on. Extend your hand, grasp the sword hilt as I instruct, and unleash your lightning magic. Hao Cao gestured for Chen Mobai to come over and explain the various aspects of the resonance system to him. This was originally supposed to be the final test. However, all 4 of them were pre-selected for the final round, so trying it out beforehand wasn't considered a violation. Under Hao Cao's guidance, Chen Mobai stretched out his hands and grasped the purple lightning sword in the sword box. The rounded handle had some gaps between my hands, but because it wasn't wrapped with spirit rope, it felt cool and smooth to the touch. Sizzle! As the third order perfected Yi Wood divine lightning burst forth from Chen Mobai's 10 fingers, the purple lightning sword seemed to be awakened from its slumber, and purple arcs of light shone on its blade. Chen Mobai felt that the Yi Wood divine lightning he was unleashing was completely devoured by the hilt of the purple lightning sword. But since Hao Cao did not call for a stop, he dared not stop either, and could only secretly urge the longevity spiritual power to continuously unleash its power. About 15 minutes later, Chen Mobai felt that more than half of the spiritual energy in his dantian had been consumed, and he felt that if this continued, he would expose the level of his longevity spiritual energy foundation establishment perfection. After a moment's thought, he decided it was better to be cautious and signaled to Hao Cao beside him that his spiritual energy was about to run out. Okay, then let's do it this way. After hearing this, Hao Cao severed the connection between Chen Mobai and the purple lightning sword. Don't we need to test your swordsmanship level? After Chen Mobai took a breath and pretended to have recovered, he saw Hao Cao begin to close the sword case of the purple lightning sword and couldn't help but ask curiously. The sword energy within the white stone can be used to estimate your sword Dao realm, but the key lies in the final round, communicating with the spirit of the purple lightning sword. At that time, within your sea of consciousness, your spiritual root talent and your sword Dao cultivation level will be clearly perceived by the purple lightning sword, so there's no need for that this time. Before closing the sword case, Hao Cao gestured for Chen Mobai to look at the numbers on the screen. Resonance level 33%. This achievement surpassed that of Ryuan Zixiu, a core formation sword cultivator from the Mountain and Sea Academy, but Hao Cao remained calm, seemingly unsurprised. Your talent in thunder magic is also outstanding, but unfortunately the attribute of the Yi Wood divine thunder is different from that of the purple heaven divine thunder, so it only increased by 8%. After explaining the issue of resonance to Chen Mobai, Hao Cao led them towards the 5th floor. Pei Qingshuang had previously mentioned that Chen Mobai wanted to pay homage to the Dinghai sword. Hao Cao would definitely fulfill this request. The entire 5th floor was completely empty. Only in the very center was a long, narrow piece of jade, nearly 2 meters in length. The jade was slightly translucent, and one could vaguely see a blue-green longsword sealed inside. This is a spirit stone. Chen Mobai followed Hao Cao to the long, narrow jade stone and asked in a slightly puzzled tone. He was very familiar with spirit stones, but he could not sense any spiritual energy in this one. It was just like an ordinary piece of jade. However, the high-grade magical artifacts cultivated within the immortal sects are far beyond the capabilities of ordinary spirit cultivating equipment. They basically use spirit stones directly. Yes, this is a top-grade spirit stone from the immortal sect. It has been transformed into the sword sheath containing the sea-stabilizing sword, but it can only last for 60 years. Upon hearing about top-grade spirit stones, Chen Mobai's eyes widened in surprise. You should know that even in the entire eastern wilderness, you can't find a single top-grade spirit stone. I never expected that the immortal sect would have such a foundation. The price of a top-grade spirit stone, roughly converted into merit points for the immortal sect, is 10 billion. This is only enough to maintain the Dinghai sword for 60 years. No wonder Gong Ajixu was willing to invest the Yuanyang sword in the expansion of Zaya Chishan, and Chunyang Academy didn't dare to utter a single word. Without subsidies from the immortal sects, their university alone simply cannot afford to support a 5th-grade high-ranking flying sword. After paying homage to the Dinghai sword, Chen Mobai left the sword tower with mixed feelings. I thought that by opening a puppet factory, I was already quite wealthy, but now it seems that I'm still a bit poor. I wonder if offering the purple lightning sword 10 times the amount of spirit stones would be enough to entice this 4th-tier sword over. Just as Chen Mobai was pondering whether to increase the stake to 20 times, someone suddenly came to visit him. Yan Feng. Upon seeing the person outside the door, Chen Mobai couldn't help but look surprised. The person who was once his formidable enemy in the entrance exam in Dangxia City had now successfully established his foundation. Among his peers, he was quite remarkable, but compared to him, he was mediocre. I heard that you, the head of the Dance Weapon Academy, have come here. Since we are from the same hometown, I came to pay you a visit and see if you need me to show you around the Mountain and Sea Academy or the White Stone Cave. Yan Feng greeted Chen Mobai politely. He seemed to have completely lost the resentment he felt when he lost to Chen Mobai in the entrance exam. His eyes and attitude revealed respect. Thank you, but Senior Pei has already shown me around. Teacher Pei Qingshuang, only a prodigy like you could be a match for her. Chen Mobai felt something was off when he heard those words. Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by pairing up with her? End of this chapter. Chapter 421, 3 Acquaintances. Chapter 421, 3 Acquaintances. Everyone knows the legend of Purple Lightning and Azure Frost. If you become the master of the Purple Lightning Sword, wouldn't you be paired with Teacher Pei Qingshuang? Yan Feng said strangely. In the eyes of the immortal sects, Zai Dayan and Qingshuang must be a pair. Hey, let's not bring this up again. It's one thing for me to be a guy, but Senior Pei is so elegant and refined. If word gets out, it will only damage her reputation. Chen Mobai always knew how to consider a girl's reputation, and upon seeing such a trend from the outside world, he immediately corrected his attitude. Brother Chen, your character is impeccable. I admire you greatly. Upon hearing this, Yan Feng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. On the immortal sect side, information is relatively transparent, and if someone wanted to investigate Pei Qingshuang's identity, they would basically know. Despite the possibility of Chen Mobai wielding the Purple Lightning Sword, he kept his distance from this second-generation immortal, which made Yan Feng, who already respected him, admire him even more. Most of the people in our year of entrance exams who went through the final rounds have also reached the foundation establishment stage. The two began to talk about the past. Their generation can be considered the golden age of Dangxia City in the last 100 years. Among the students who have graduated from this class, 6 people, namely Chen Mobai, Qing Nu, Yan Feng, Gong Xiangyu, Shi Yuanqing, and Cao Yaling, have successfully established their foundations. Among them, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu were Dao seeds of the Dao Academy, and were basically considered to be on the verge of forming their golden core. Besides the 6 of them, there were also Kong Feiken and Yang Jing, 2 geniuses with different spiritual roots who had already been expelled from the immortal sects. The last time Dangxia City had such outstanding students was 100 years ago, during the class of Yu Tianguang, the red-robed master. If Chen Mobai and Qing Nu can form their cores, then their generation will instantly surpass the generation of the Crimson Robe Immortal, becoming the most outstanding generation in Danxia City in 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, Danxia City produced a cultivator named Yan Kanjeng who had reached the golden core stage. Although he failed to form his nascent soul, he was still hailed as the most outstanding cultivator since the establishment of Danxia City, this blessed land. This Yan Kanjeng was Yan Feng's ancestor and a graduate of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Yan Feng's coming here can be seen as a way of following in the footsteps of his ancestors. I see. No wonder you had the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman back then. After Chen Mobai and Yan Feng talked about Yan Kanjeng, a look of realization flashed across Chen Mobai's face. Actually, before my ancestor passed away, he left behind hundreds of Heavenly Heart Sword Talismans. After I used that one, there were still more than a dozen left in the family, but in order to make more money, we claimed that they were all extinct. Yan Feng recounted the incident with a smile. In the immortal sects, the lineage is well ordered. Before powerful upper-level cultivators pass away, they will generally leave behind enough wealth for their descendants to cultivate for several generations. For example, ancestor Zhongli left behind a furnace of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills and a furnace of infant nourishing pills. If his descendants are ambitious, every generation will produce nascent soul cultivators, which is enough to maintain the lineage for 10,000 years. Although Yan Kanjeng was only a golden core cultivator, he was a fourth-tier talisman maker. The Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman is his masterpiece. Before his death, although he had used up most of his virtuous deeds and wealth in order to prolong his life, he still had the skill of drawing talismans. 100 Heavenly Heart Sword Talismans are the legacy left to future generations. As one of the few rankless talismans in the immortal sects, a single Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman can be exchanged for a complete set of the 3 treasures for Foundation establishment. It is precisely because of this that, 1,000 years after Yan Kanjeng's death, the Yan family has produced Foundation establishment cultivators in every generation. Since the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman is so precious, why don't you descendants of the Yan family find a way to draw it yourselves? Chen Mobai was just an ordinary citizen in Danxia City, so he didn't know that the Yan family was so powerful. No wonder Yan Feng was regarded as the king with the highest odds when he took the entrance exam. Everyone believed he was destined to enter one of the 4 major academies. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yan Feng smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "Although this Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman has no rank, its drawing difficulty is almost the same as that of a third-rank high-grade talisman. Although our Yan family has produced third-rank talisman makers, the success rate of drawing this talisman is less than 1%. Moreover, drawing this talisman requires third-grade Azure Cloud talisman paper and Flying Rainbow talisman ink. The raw material for this Azure Cloud talisman paper is the pulp of the third-grade Jade Wudong tree, and the raw material for the Flying Rainbow talisman ink is also the third-grade Danju spirit sand. At the peak of my Yan family, we were able to purchase and produce them, but now I'm afraid there are no factories in the entire immortal sect that produce this talisman paper and talisman ink. This Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman was created by Yan Kanjeng in collaboration with another 4th-tier talisman maker from the Heavenly Book Academy. Therefore, the method for drawing this talisman is in the libraries of both academies. However, the Yan family must also have Yan Kanjeng's own notes on the drawing process. Even so, 1,000 years have passed, and among the descendants of the Yan family, not a single cultivator has yet fully mastered the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman. I see. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded in understanding, then took out his phone and searched for information about the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman on the forum of the Talisman Maker Association. Soon, a complete set of video materials on how to make this talisman, from the preparation of the talisman paper and ink to the drawing techniques, appeared. The president of the Talisman Makers Association is Yu Yishengren, the principal of the Heavenly Book Academy and a 5th-level talisman maker. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for the Talisman Makers Association to have all the information about this talisman. There are many posts on the forum related to the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman, which describe the various difficulties encountered when drawing this talisman. The talisman paper and ink of the third rank and above are basically all custom-made. Since the raw materials for Bixia talisman paper and Feihong talisman ink are all from Dangxia City, they are usually sourced from talisman factories nearby. However, due to the generally low level of factories in Dangxia City, there are no longer any talisman cultivators capable of producing third-tier Azure Cloud talisman paper and flying rainbow talisman ink. However, even before, only cultivators from the Yan family were skilled at making it. That's why Yan Feng said that no one in the entire immortal sect could produce them anymore, because in their family, only their foundation establishment grand uncle still possessed these skills. But this patriarch of the Yan family is now retired and enjoying his old age. After seeing Yan Feng off, Chen Mobai was thinking about whether he could make the Azure Cloud talisman paper and flying rainbow talisman ink his next goal once his talisman factory was on track. If I pass the exam to become a third-tier talisman maker, I can set the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman as my next goal. After all, if this thing were to be brought to the eastern wilderness, it would definitely be able to earn a lot of spirit stones. It's quite nice to occasionally contact old classmates. It even helps me come up with ideas for making money. As Chen Mobai thought about this, he also thought of Yan Bingxuan. Anyway, we now know everything about the purple lightning sword. The final round won't be until the end of the year, so maybe we should go back to Chicheng Cave Heaven first. Then go to the eastern wilderness to see if you can buy water mist ice crystals, since Yan Bingxuan will definitely try to break through to foundation establishment this year after obtaining snow elf water. Even if we fail, at least we'll have another chance next year. Moreover, Meng Huinger has already comprehended the critical point method. If she can establish her foundation as soon as possible, it would be a relief for Chen Mobai. However, just as Chen Mobai was about to take his leave, Pei Qingshuang suddenly came to inform him that the final round had been moved up. What's going on? Chen Mobai was a little confused. To avoid any unforeseen complications, and since all four of you are at the Mountain and Sea Academy, let's not waste your time and just settle things directly. Pei Qingshuang shrugged and spoke the truth. However, Chen Mobai felt that the Mountain and Sea Academy was being too cautious. The reincarnation of the White Light Ancestor had already been eliminated by Hao Cao, so it was impossible for a second nascent soul reincarnation to disturb their final round. But since it was the decision made by the organizer, the Mountain and Sea Academy, who had the final say, and it was entirely beneficial to them, Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't object. When is the final round? Chen Mobai asked the most crucial question. 7 days later, the 12 peerless sword geniuses selected by teacher Hao Cao will also arrive one by one. At that time, there will be 16 of you to be chosen by the purple lightning sword. After Pei Qingshuang finished speaking, Chen Mobai nodded, indicating that he was ready. In any case, in terms of cultivation level, he couldn't possibly surpass those 3 golden core cultivators within a year, so this was actually better. It all depends on whether the purple lightning sword likes spirit stones. Don't let me down. Before leaving, Pei Qingshuang's eyes flickered, and she said something that made Chen Mobai frown slightly. Just do your best. He wanted to say something, but when he met Pei Qingshuang's clear and handsome eyes, he could only utter this sentence. I don't think I'm that close to her, am I? Watching Ziyuya's retreating figure as she turned and left, Chen Mobai muttered to himself. However, he immediately put these trivial matters out of his mind and began to wholeheartedly prepare for the final round of the Purple Lightning Sword selection of its master. Since the Mountain and Sea Academy was not his territory, he dared not take out his storage bag or teleport to the eastern wilderness here. It had been a while since I'd contacted Meng Huinger, so I decided to go to the hotel where she was staying. Given Chen Mobai's personality, once Meng Huinger had mastered the critical strike technique, he would have definitely returned to the normal state before their transaction. To avoid suspicion, he also booked a room at that hotel. After drawing a talisman in the room to prevent prying eyes, he took out all the spirit stones from his storage bag. The most precious of these is, of course, the 5 high-grade spirit stones. These were originally meant for the formless puppet to condense pure yang purple qi, but Chen Mobai thought that if he used up all the high-grade spirit stones, wouldn't he be unable to unleash the formless puppet's foundation establishment-level strength when facing a powerful enemy in the future? Moreover, the pure yang purple energy was not very effective for him at the moment, so after condensing half of the yellow gourd, which was almost a whole stalk, he decisively stopped the process. In addition to these 5 high-grade spirit stones, there were also raw spirit stones obtained from Lonely Soul Ridge. The spiritual energy contained in this huge spirit stone is roughly equivalent to 3 or 4 high-grade spirit stones, but since Chen Mobai absorbed some of it when he consumed the immortal peach fruit, it is now probably less than the amount of 3 high-grade spirit stones. But Chen Mobai felt that this was the best gift for Zidian's sword. After all, this raw spirit stone was enormous, large enough for the purple lightning sword to penetrate and fully enjoy the spiritual energy. If we disregard the spirit stone's grade, this was the kind of treatment the C-stabilizing sword would receive. After deciding on the treatment for Zidianjian, Chen Mobai was about to return to Xianenchan when he suddenly saw a text message on his phone. It belongs to Meng Huenger. Is it convenient for you to come now? Chen Mobai looked at it, somewhat confused, and asked, should I go over there or you come over to me? Meng Huenger, either is fine. Chen Mobai, then come over here. I've drawn talismans in my room, making it more concealed and safer. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Chen Mobai got up and opened the door. Before he could say anything, her hot and beautiful body had already snuggled into his arms, and then her long, white legs in high heels closed the door behind her. Afterwards, Chen Mobai returned to the mountain and Sea Academy with a long sigh on his face. If he had known it would turn out like this, he definitely wouldn't have gone to Meng Huenger's place, wasting a whole night for nothing. However, what's done is done, and all we can do is learn from the experience and try not to repeat it next time. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai shook his head, clearing his mind of all sorts of images that were not conducive to cultivation, and began to wait for the final round of the purple lightning sword. Soon, the 12 peerless sword geniuses arrived at Whitestone Cave Heaven one by one, arranged by the Mountain and Sea Academy. "Oh, it's you guys." Chen Mobai never expected that among these 12 peerless sword geniuses, there would be 2 acquaintances of his. Moreover, after hearing that he was here, they actually came to visit him together. When I first saw it, I thought it was quite interesting, so I sent a white stone. As Zhongli Tianyu spoke, a faint air of arrogance appeared on his face. He had just learned the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Sword technique, from which the Purple Thunder Great Art was derived. He spent 3 days mastering the Purple Heaven Sword Qi, and another 3 days figuring out the technique of injecting it into the white stone. Originally, he sent the letter to the Mountain and Sea Academy just to join in the fun, but unexpectedly, Hao Cao actually selected him and certified him as an unparalleled genius in swordsmanship. This made the already proud Zhongli Tianyu even more smug. He even wondered if he hadn't used his talent in the right direction for the past 20 years. If he had focused on swordsmanship from the beginning, would he be able to defeat Chen Mobai now? "You bastard!" Seeing Zhongli Tianyu's smug expression, Chen Mobai felt a sudden urge to punch him. "Master, I actually wanted to test my swordsmanship level. After learning about Bai Shi, I gave it a try. I didn't expect to be chosen by Master Hao Cao." Zhai Jianbai never expected that a piece of white stone he casually sent out at the beginning of the year would receive a personal reply and invitation from the principal of the Mountain and Sea Academy. "How many sword energies did you infuse?" Chen Mobai knew that compared to himself, the guy in front of him who had just reached the foundation establishment stage was a true genius in swordsmanship. Therefore, regarding his selection as one of the 12, I feel that Hao Cao truly deserves to be called a master of swordsmanship, and his judgment is sound. 2 paths. Zhai Jianbai spoke frankly, even bringing out his own white stone. Wait, isn't this thing only capable of injecting one stream? Zhongli Tianyu, standing to the side, looked puzzled when he saw the two different colored white stones shimmering with golden light in Zhai Jianbai's hand. It seems you were chosen simply because the purple cloud sword Qi perfectly embodies the essence of the purple lightning sword. After explaining the principle of the white stone, Chen Mobai mercilessly attacked Zhongli Tianyu. How many did you inject? Zhongli Tianyu seemed a little unconvinced and asked a question. Not many, just 5. Chen Mobai's nonchalant words made Zhongli Tianyu deflate. Excuse me, is Senior Chen Mobai here? Just then, the third peerless sword genius chosen by Hao Cao arrived. End of this chapter. Chapter 422, The Final Round. Chapter 422, The Final Round. The girl outside the door was also an acquaintance of Chen Mobai. Her skin was snow white, her features delicate, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, and her long jet-black hair was tied up with a light-colored headband, making her appear dignified and pure. The pale pink long-sleeved shirt couldn't hide her full and voluptuous curves. Below her slender waist was a red and black plaid skirt that clung tightly to her thighs, the rounded curves winding down. Her long, slender legs, clad in round-toed leather shoes and wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, were evenly proportioned and straight, with a hint of flesh color, which further accentuated her purity and charm. You are also participating in the final round. Looking at the beautiful and charming Shi Wanyu outside the door, Chen Mobai couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Well, my friend saw the audition ad for the purple lightning sword to choose its master. I happen to be practicing the flowing light sword technique at the academy, so he let me give it a try. I infused a wisp of sword energy into the white stone and sent it over. Who knew that I would be selected by Master Hao Cao to participate in the final round? Shi Wanyu was overjoyed to have such good luck, and at first thought that the Mountain and Sea Academy had made a mistake. After confirming several times that it was the renowned Master Hao Cao who had personally reviewed and selected her, she boarded the train to Beishi Cave with great excitement. Upon arriving here, she heard that Chen Mobai was among the 16 names on the final list. Thinking that he had gotten along well with me during holidays and should be considered a friend, I asked my teacher from the Mountain and Sea Academy for the address and came to visit. Then it seems we're rivals. Chen Mobai said something jokingly, then invited Shi Wanyu in. The latter's face flushed slightly, but when she came in, she found that there were 2 unfamiliar young people sitting inside. This is Zhongli Tianyu, and this is Zhai Jianbai. They are both my classmates from the Dance Weapon Academy. This is my good friend, Shi Wanyu from Liuguang Academy. As the host, Chen Mobai naturally had to introduce the 3 of them. The first 2 were highly skilled, and he had already heard their conversation at the door while they were inside the house. Even those who cultivate qi can enter the final round. Zhongli Tianyu spoke quite directly and frowned slightly as he looked at Shi Wanyu. Although the immortal sects did not check other people's cultivation levels, they could still detect the huge gap between major realms. These words are a bit disrespectful. Upon hearing this, Shi Wanyu's pretty face paled slightly, and her eyes showed a hint of anger. In the final round, 8 of them are qi-refining cultivators. Chen Mobai immediately spoke up. He had already learned about the general situation of the 16 contestants in the final round from Pei Qingshuang, knowing that 8 of them were qi-refining, 3 were core formation, and 5 were foundation establishment. The purpose is to promote the idea that this selection process is truly fair and just, and that cultivators at every level have a chance. After all, the immortal sect has more than 200 million qi refining cultivators, and this data can greatly boost the morale of the vast majority of the immortal sect's people. Oh, really? Upon hearing this, Zhongli Tianyu looked surprised and then carefully examined Shi Wanyu from head to toe. In his view, sword energy at the qi refining stage is definitely inferior to that at the foundation establishment stage. However, since Hao Cao chose 8 qi refining cultivators from among thousands of white stones, it must mean that these 8 cultivators have unique sword qi, and at least in some aspect, they can rival these foundation establishment cultivators. Zhongli Tianyu was very interested in the mysteries and secrets behind this. May I witness your sword aura? Upon hearing Zhongli Tianyu's words, Shi Wanyu was somewhat caught off guard. They were a bit too direct and frank. I don't have any white stones on me right now. Shi Wanyu spoke the truth. Although white stones were not precious to people like them, they were an extra contribution of good deeds for qi refining cultivators. After completing the infusion of sword energy, Shi Wanyu did not purchase any more white stones. It's all right, old Chen has plenty here. Zhongli Tianyu pointed to a basket in the corner. This was brought by Pei Qingshuang from Hao Cao's sword-grinding room. Chen Mobai used a small portion of it to complete the infusion of 5 sword energies, and the rest was placed in the corner. Well, please take good care of me. Seeing this, Shi Wanyu could only nod in agreement. Just as she walked to the corner, preparing to pick up a white stone to display her flowing sword energy, Chen Mobai stopped her. Everyone's sword aura is a secret, related to the final choice of the purple lightning sword. You don't need to do that. Chen Mobai knew that Zhongli Tianyu had all sorts of personalities, but he also felt that this was a bit unreasonable. However, for the sake of both parties' face, he still used a very legitimate reason. This was my presumption. Zhongli Tianyu thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. He looked enlightened and apologized to Shi Wanyu. It's nothing. Actually, when I found out that Senior Chen Mobai was also participating, I knew that this was the best I could do. The purple lightning sword would definitely not choose me in the end. Shi Wanyu was quite self-aware. After Zhongli Tianyu apologized, she smiled and waved her hand, indicating that her flowing sword energy was nothing to worry about. However, because my sword energy is not yet fully mastered, I need to sit in meditation for 3 days and 3 nights to fully infuse it, so it may be 3 days before I can show it to you. As Shi Wanyu spoke, she picked up a white stone from the basket and smiled as she explained with her bright, crescent-shaped eyes. It's rare to meet an old friend in a foreign land. I arrived a few days earlier and know of a good seafood restaurant near the Mountain and Sea Academy. Today, I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing that the atmosphere among the 3 acquaintances had eased, Chen Mobai smiled and extended an invitation. The 3 of them naturally had no objections. Because the Mountain and Sea Academy is located on a cliff by the sea, the fresh seafood served there is the freshest every day. Pei Qingshuang had taken Chen Mobai to eat at some of the most famous restaurants back then, so the latter was now quite familiar with them. After the 4 of them finished eating, they prepared to go their separate ways. I want to use these last few days to properly practice the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Sword technique. None of you should disturb me. Zhongli Tianyu looked serious before he left. For others, last-minute cramming is useless, but for a genius like him, a few days is enough to elevate his understanding of this sword technique to a higher level. Don't worry, I promise I won't go to see you. Chen Mobai knew that Zhongli Tianyu's thought process was always rather strange, so he rolled his eyes and waved to indicate that he could leave. As a sacred place for sword cultivators in the immortal sects, the Mountain and Sea Academy has countless sword techniques and skills. I have no high hopes for the purple lightning sword. Why don't I go to the training ground here and find 2 opponents of the same level to have a good discussion on the way of the sword? Zhai Jianbai was also a very practical person. He sincerely admired Chen Mobai and clearly understood that the chief swordsman of the academy was 10 or even 100 times more talented than him. Since Chen Mobai was participating, he would take this opportunity to broaden his horizons and also exchange and learn with the Foundation Establishment sword cultivators of the Mountain and Sea Academy. All right then, you 2 keep an eye on the time and don't miss the day of the final round of communication with the Purple Lightning Sword. Chen Mobai was concerned about the 2 of them. After all, he was the chief of the Dance Weapon Academy, and since they were under his watchful eye, he had the obligation and responsibility to take good care of them. Then I'll go back by myself and won't bother the 3 seniors any longer. Shi Wanyu, who was standing to the side, overheard the conversation between the 3 and tactfully took her leave. Let me see you off. I happen to owe you a lipstick. There's a commercial street on the 100-foot stone sword at the Mountain and Sea Academy. Go there and see if there's anything suitable for you." Chen Mobai had thought of this matter the moment he saw Xiwanyu. This debt seems to have been outstanding for more than 8 years. Although the two of them keep in touch during holidays, he has never had time to ask her out because he is busy with all sorts of things. Since we've met here at the Mountain and Sea Academy today, it's a good time to settle this matter that's been on my mind for so long. Upon hearing this, Xiwanyu's bright face suddenly turned bright red, and she lowered her head, clutching the hem of her skirt, seemingly a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Tianyu and Zhai Jianbai couldn't help but exchange a glance, recalling the bad reputation their chief disciple had in the academy. I was somewhat skeptical at first, but after witnessing and hearing it with my own eyes and ears today, I have no choice but to believe it. "Come on, relax, I'll fly you there." Knowing that Xiwanyu had not yet established her foundation, Chen Mobai gently unfolded his crimson cloud silk robe and extended his hand to invite her to come up. Watching the two figures fly away side by side amidst the misty clouds, Zhongli Tianyu and Zhai Jianbai both shook their heads. "Let's just pretend we don't know anything about this. After all, it's a matter of reputation for our academy." Zhai Jianbai spoke softly to Zhongli Tianyu, which earned him a disdainful look from the latter. "Am I the kind of person who gossips behind people's backs? Besides, the more he indulges in women, the more advantageous it is for me. As long as he progresses slowly with my talent, I will catch up with him one day." Zhongli Tianyu's thought process is indeed a bit different from that of Zhai Jianbai, a normal person. Chen Mobai had no idea that his casual invitation would lead these two to conjure up a strange scenario, based on the rumors circulating within the Dance Weapon Academy. "How do you feel about this?" On the commercial street of the Mountain and Sea Academy, Xiwanyu applied a light, moisturizing and brightly colored lipstick, then took a small sip. Her fair cheeks flushed, and she slightly parted her cherry lips, which were now covered with a layer of warm, jade-like transparent glaze, as she faced Chen Mobai. When Chen Mobai saw the rosy cheeks and bright, white teeth of the beautiful young woman who parted her cherry lips slightly, his mind couldn't help but return to the time when the two of them had just met. Time seems to have left no trace on her. More than 8 years have passed, and she is still as pure and beautiful as ever, full of youthful vitality. Being with her, Chen Mobai felt that he suddenly became radiant and energetic as well. "It's so beautiful." Chen Mobai gave a heartfelt evaluation. Underneath the transparent glazed lipstick, Xiwanyu's delicate and moist cherry lips were luscious and beautiful, a perfect match for her pure temperament. "Then this one will do." Seeing the admiration in Chen Mobai's eyes, Xiwanyu felt happy but also a little shy. She closed the lipstick in her hand and handed it to the waiter next to her. "Give me 2 more of the same kind," Chen Mobai said to the waiter, and Xiwanyu immediately shook her head, indicating that one was enough. However, when she left the store, she still happily carried the 3 lipsticks of the same color in a small gift box. At this time it was sunset, and the evening glow by the sea was particularly beautiful. So beautiful. The two unconsciously walked to the edge of the 100-foot-long stone sword, gazing at the magnificent scene of the fiery red sun, obscured by the vast expanse of misty waves in the distance where the sea and sky met, and exclaimed in amazement, "Can I take a picture with you?" Xiwanyu hesitated for a moment, and seeing that the sunset was about to completely disappear, she finally mustered up the courage to make a request to Chen Mobai, who nodded without hesitation. "It's my pleasure." Upon hearing this, Xiwanyu happily picked up her phone, then used the camera to adjust the angle, and stood with Chen Mobai against the backdrop of the magnificent sunset, pressing the freeze frame button. "Thank you, today is the happiest day of my life." Looking at the man and woman standing side by side on the screen, Xiwanyu's blush had not yet faded. She whispered a little something to Chen Mobai. "I'm also very happy. Let's cheer each other on and do our best in the final round." Chen Mobai smiled and exchanged polite words. Then, seeing that it was almost time, he carried the smiling girl back to the accommodation arranged by the Mountain and Sea Academy as the sunset faded. For Chen Mobai, if Shi Wanyu doesn't achieve foundation establishment, this will probably be the last time the two of them meet. For students of the 120 prefectures, those who can reach the foundation establishment stage are all top-level students in the school. If Chen Mobai remembered correctly, Shi Wanyu was in the same year as him, and with only a year and a half left, her hope of reaching the foundation establishment stage was extremely slim. I returned 3 lipsticks to her today, which is a perfect way to end this relationship. After completing this task, Chen Mobai felt as if his state of mind had been elevated once again. A green sycamore seedling in his purple mansion sea of consciousness suddenly sprouted and then merged into the jade sycamore in the very center, and his divine sense grew a little. Is this cause and effect? Chen Mobai inexplicably thought of the successor of the divine mechanism mansion he had met before. It seemed that she was also connected by karma. He wondered how much she would improve when his karma with her was resolved. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the final round of the Purple Lightning Sword selection of its master, as announced by the Mountain and Sea Academy. Chen Mobai, as one of the finalists, interacted with the Purple Lightning Sword on the 4th to last day. In front of them were 12 peerless sword geniuses chosen by Cao to conceal the reincarnation of the White Light ancestor. Shi Wanyu, whose cultivation was relatively weak, was ranked 3rd. Before entering the sword tower, she gave Chen Mobai a sword pouch, which was a handicraft she had bought when she bought lipstick in the commercial street. Compared to that time, this palm-sized sword sheath now has a band of embroidery, the pattern of which is the simple sketch of the two of them taking a photo together under the sunset. Inside the sword sheath was a white stone infused with flowing sword energy by Shi Wanyu, said to be a gift to celebrate Chen Mobai obtaining the Purple Lightning Sword in advance. After thanking him, Chen Mobai felt it wouldn't be right to refuse, so he politely accepted the gift. After the final 16 cultivators interacted with the Purple Lightning Sword, they were required to remain in their rooms and not leave until the last person emerged from the sword tower, at which point the final result would be announced. Soon, Zhongli Tianyu and Zhai Jianbai also walked out of the sword tower, and it was Chen Mobai's turn. Since he had been here before, Hao Cao did not take him up this time, but only taught him the incantation to open and close the sword box. At the entrance of the sword tower, Chen Mobai saw Pei Qingshuang waiting there. She didn't say much, but simply gave him a thumbs up. Chen Mobai nodded and stepped inside. End of this chapter. Chapter 423. The Purple Lightning Sword recognizes its master. Chapter 423. The Purple Lightning Sword recognizes its master. Chen Mobai went straight to the 4th floor and opened the sword case of the Purple Lightning Sword. The gleaming sword came into view, while the high-grade spirit stone beside it was much dimmer than before. The Purple Lightning Sword had been sealed away, maintained at a minimum level by the minimum amount of spiritual energy. After the final round of choosing a master began, Hao Cao released the seal, so the Purple Lightning Sword now has an even greater need for spiritual energy. This high-grade spirit stone was consumed much faster, almost completely depleted. Without any hesitation, Chen Mobai focused his mind and spirit on the 4th-tier sword, following the incantation taught by Hao Cao. A ray of light shot out from the hilt of the Purple Lightning Sword and made contact with Chen Mobai's departing divine consciousness. In an instant, purple light flashed. When Chen Mobai came to his senses, he found himself in a mysterious space. The space here was empty, flashing with deep purple lightning. The Purple Lightning Sword was stuck diagonally in front of Chen Mobai's eyes, and a purple-red light shone from the sword, transforming into a ball of light the size of a head. The ball of light revealed 7 orifices, which were then shaped into a small, round face. The features were blurred, but only the pair of blue-green eyes were very clear, with a sharp, cold aura that was as indifferent as a sword. Within the immortal sects, 5th-tier magical artifacts have already developed complete spirituality, making them almost indistinguishable from humans. As a 4th-tier sword, the Purple Lightning Sword has evolved to possess sentience, but only the most basic form of thought. Even so, because it possesses most of its former owner's memories, its basic logical thinking is still intact. Greetings, Senior Purple Lightning Sword. Chen Mobai simply treated him as a senior cultivator and politely performed the ancient rituals of the Dance Weapon Academy. Reach out and grasp the hilt of the sword. Those azure eyes met Chen Mobai's gaze, and an invisible wave emanated from them, conveying this information to the latter. Chen Mobai nodded, relaxed, and reached out to grasp the hilt of the purple lightning sword in this space. Then a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. He felt himself being shattered in an instant by the surging power of lightning. But after the destruction, a powerful life force emerged and reassembled his shattered body. At that moment, Chen Mobai's consciousness had already slipped into a coma due to the intense pain. Upon seeing this, the purple lightning sword shook its head slightly. After countless cycles of shattering and rebirth, Chen Mobai awoke from the long darkness. When I opened my eyes, I found myself sitting perfectly fine on the 4th floor of the sword tower. The purple lightning sword had returned to its sheath and seemed to have fallen into slumber once again. Chen Mobai raised his hand and felt that he had not been torn apart by the power of lightning. It must have been a mysterious sword technique that directly affected his divine sense. But what was the result? Chen Mobai had not forgotten that he had come here this time to take control of the purple lightning sword. Senior Purple Lightning Sword. He called out twice to the sword in the sword box and even repeated the incantation taught by Hao Cao, but there was no response. Is that all? If the purple lightning sword stops responding, it means the resonance has ended and you can leave. Chen Mobai thought of what Hao Cao had said before he came in. I took out my phone and checked the time. I realized that only half an hour had passed during the sword-gripping resonance. Everyone has one day, and Chen Mobai felt he could still try to make it work. And if we go out so soon, wouldn't we become a laughing stock? He reached out and grasped the purple lightning sword in the sword case, intending to draw it, but a powerful burst of purple lightning appeared out of thin air from the hilt, knocking Chen Mobai's right hand away. If the purple lightning sword hadn't intended to harm him, his hand would probably have been charred in an instant. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then unleashed his ultimate move, taking out the huge raw spirit stone from his storage bag and presenting it to the sword box with both hands. The purple lightning sword, which had been as steady as a mountain, suddenly trembled. Chen Mobai reached out towards the sword box again, and a burst of purple lightning flashed once more, but this time it did not repel him as it had last time. Instead, she resisted, as if in defiance, but only to prevent his hand from touching her. My name is Chen Mobai, the chief of the Dance Weapon Academy, and I am quite wealthy. Consider this piece of raw spirit stone a gift for Senior Purple Lightning Sword. If you are willing to serve me, I will offer you a high-grade spirit stone every year. This year's offering can be sent in advance, and I will also give you some tokens of my appreciation during festivals. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out 5 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Then he picked up one of the pieces with his left hand and handed it over. The originally shimmering purple lightning began to retreat inch by inch under the guidance of the superior spirit stone, and finally, after stagnating on the hilt of the sword for 3 breaths, it completely opened up. Chen Mobai placed the high-grade spirit stone on the other side of the purple lightning sword. This unused, spiritually rich and crystal-clear spirit stone is like the difference between a vibrant flower blooming after the rain and a withered, fallen petal compared to another spirit stone allocated by the immortal sect that has been consumed and recharged countless times. After Chen Mobai placed the high-grade spirit stone into the sword box, the last glimmer of light surrounding the hilt of the purple lightning sword completely dissipated. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai stretched out his right hand and gently grasped the hilt of the purple lightning sword. After being grasped, the purple lightning sword trembled slightly, as if struggling, but in the end it did not resist anymore, allowing Chen Mobai to hold it with both hands and lift it up. The purple lightning sword was inserted into that huge piece of raw spirit stone. Since its creation, The purple lightning sword had never felt such abundant spiritual energy before, causing it to emit a clear, melodious sound. "Is this for me?" The invisible sword's cry conveyed a message to Chen Mobai, who nodded slightly, indicating that the purple lightning sword could freely absorb the spiritual energy of this raw or spirit stone. Too much, too full, too overflowing. After an unknown amount of time, the purple lightning sword rang out again, conveying a message to Chen Mobai, indicating that he should draw it. After the sword was returned to its case, Chen Mobai sensed that the raw spirit stone had dimmed by nearly half. Within just half an hour, the purple lightning sword absorbed the immense spiritual energy equivalent to nearly 1.5 high-grade spirit stones, allowing it, which had been starving for countless years, to experience the meaning of overeating for the first time. Senior Purple Lightning Sword, if you are willing to come to my side, you will not need to exert yourself on a daily basis. You only need to lend a helping hand when I am in danger. The spirit stone treatment is still the same as before, 1 high-grade spirit stone per year. If you save my life, Senior, you will also be rewarded with several high-grade spirit stones afterwards. What is your opinion, Senior? He who eats another's food is bound to be grateful. And Zai Dianjian, having just eaten his fill, was no longer the aloof person he had been before, and immediately responded upon hearing this. Your treatment is definitely the best among everyone, but I am, after all, a 4th-tier cultivator, while you are only at the foundation establishment stage. What if you fail to form your core? Wouldn't that mean I'd have wasted 200 years of my life? Once the purple lightning sword chooses a master, it will definitely aim for a higher level, or at least not a decline. Offering oneself to a golden elixir immortal offers at least that hope. However, for foundation establishment cultivators, their cultivation level is still too low for it to unleash even its minimum power. Although I am only at the foundation establishment stage now, I am quite confident in my ability to form the core formation stage. Senior should also know the limitations of our immortal sect in obtaining core formation spiritual items. Why don't we make a 60-year contract? If I fail to form my core within 60 years, I will terminate the contract with you unconditionally. The high-grade spirit stones I provide to you during this period will be considered compensation for your lost youth. Senior, there aren't many people in the immortal sect with wealth like me. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have a second chance. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, the purple lightning sword fell silent. You can put it in writing. We can start with a preliminary agreement, and then make a final decision after I've interviewed the remaining candidates. After a long while, the purple lightning sword emitted this fluctuation, and Chen Mobai's face lit up with joy. They immediately drafted all the conditions mentioned earlier, and also added a confidentiality clause to ensure that only Chen Mobai and Zedianjian knew about what they had just said, and that it must not be revealed to any third party. After both parties signed their contracts, Chen Mobai took the raw spirit stone and the high-grade spirit stone he had put in the sword box back into his storage bag. If the 3 golden core cultivators who came later saw this, it would easily expose the problem. The purple lightning sword was somewhat reluctant to part with Chen Mobai, but it also knew that it had not yet officially chosen Chen Mobai as its sword wielder, and the terms and conditions mentioned earlier had not yet been fulfilled. However, having absorbed the abundant spiritual energy from half a piece of raw spirit stone, it was already full, so it let Chen Mobai take it. Anyway, if he is chosen to become the sword master, all of this will belong to him in the future. Senior, what are the prospects of the previous 12 candidates? Seeing that it was still early in the day, Chen Mobai did not leave the sword tower immediately, but sat down and chatted with Zedianjian. There's a lightning elemental spirit root that's perfect for me. If I were to merge with another sword, I should be able to reach the level of my former master. However, he already possesses a more powerful natal magic weapon than I do, and he's unwilling to relinquish it, so the negotiations broke down. This should be referring to Zhongli Tianyu. He has the Bagua mirror, which is now incomplete, but it was left behind by ancestor Zhongli, and its innate grade is above that of the purple lightning sword. There is also a young man who, like my former master's Taoist partner, was born with a sword heart, but unfortunately his cultivation level is a bit low. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai wasn't sure if it was referring to Zhai Jianbai, but he felt it probably was. This true sword genius who had attained the foundation establishment stage was favored by Zhuo Gong, who even believed that he could surpass him. There's another one who's a bit odd. I felt like he could handle me, but after trying him out, I felt like I wasn't good enough for him. I don't know where you guys found him, the one you kept so well hidden. Who are they talking about? Chen Mobai was completely bewildered, but at this moment, the purple lightning sword had already started talking about the fourth and the fifth. Although the peerless sword geniuses selected by Hao Cao were somewhat unreliable, they were all, without exception, cultivators who had achieved something in swordsmanship. Some of them even impressed the purple lightning sword. With proper training, he might become a future master of swordsmanship. The day passed quickly as we chatted. Chen Mobai walked out of the sword tower gate. Go back and wait for news. Don't leave the courtyard. I will inform you after Zedianjian makes his choice. When Hao Cao saw Chen Mobai, he emphasized one point. Pei Qingshuang was also on the side, but she didn't come over. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other as a greeting. Yan Qiangji was also there, because she was the next one to enter the sword tower. After exchanging greetings, Chen Mobai and she parted ways. After Yan Qiangji entered the sword tower, Chen Mobai also returned to his residence. He sat in meditation with his eyes closed for 3 days and 3 nights. It's time. An alarm clock rang, and Chen Mobai opened his eyes and turned off his phone. He let out a long breath and looked out the window. There was still no movement. Although he had a pleasant conversation with the purple lightning sword, he still couldn't feel completely at ease until he actually acquired the sword. It's unclear how long it will take for the purple lightning sword to make a decision. Just as Chen Mobai was pondering, a resounding sword cry rose from the sword tower, like an invisible and vast sword wave spreading to every corner of the mountain and sea academy. Almost everyone heard it and looked up out the window. I hope I didn't do anything wrong. On the 4th floor of the sword tower, Hao Cao muttered to himself as he released all the seals and restrictions placed on the purple lightning sword by the mountain and sea academy. A long, shimmering purple rainbow shot into the sky, and then flew towards a certain point in the west above the 1,000-foot-long stone sword. Standing at the window, looking towards the sword tower, Chen Mobai frowned. Why was the purple lightning sword flying in a different direction than him? Could it be that this is still an ideal sword, abandoning the mundane spirit stones? But unwilling to give up, he looked out the window again in the direction where the purple lightning sword had disappeared, hoping for a miracle and to see the sword return. However, after a short while, the sword, after its trembling sound, had completely disappeared into the western horizon. In the end, was it still no match for the level of cultivation? Chen Mobai thought that the purple lightning sword had ultimately chosen a golden core cultivator. Well, just as he was feeling lost and dejected, the purple rainbow suddenly lit up the western sky again, then spun twice in midair, as if searching for direction. Finally, it identified Chen Mobai's direction, transformed into a streak of purple lightning, and flew straight towards him. With a loud bang, a hole had been punched through Chen Mobai's window, and a dignified and majestic long-handled sword flew in, landing in front of him amidst the purple light. Sorry, I went the wrong way earlier. The purple lightning sword emitted a fluctuation, which made Chen Mobai both laugh and cry. He almost thought it was a lofty, ideal sword. Please guide me for the next 60 years. Chen Mobai bowed to the purple lightning sword, then stretched out his hands and grasped the long-handled sword that shone with purple light. Boom! A deafening thunderclap, like a bolt from the blue, resounded above the 13 stone swords of the mountain and sea academy. Yuan Zixiu was a middle-aged cultivator with a melancholy face. He sighed when he saw the scene outside the window. Huo Ziking, sitting next to him, frowned deeply, his square face filled with indignation. But at this point, no matter how angry he was, He could only accept the fact that the purple lightning sword had not chosen him. On the other side of the stone sword, Yan Qiangzhi's eyes flickered. She knew that the place where the purple lightning sword had last fallen was where Chen Mobai was. Unexpectedly, he was able to overpower the 3 golden core cultivators. He truly deserves the potential to become a god. End of this chapter.